Hello there, hi there, everybody. What is up, Aaron W? AJP, hello, hello. The Baylor Lord is an enemy in the original campaign of the, I think it was 2001 video game, Neverwinter Nights. Neverwinter Nights the first, made by BioWare. I pretty much took the name from that. It's like a big demon enemy from Dungeons and Dragons, one of the rulers of the abyss. But yeah, as a young teen, I played the crap out of Neverwinter Nights, and I took a username from the game that I was playing at the time, which was that. Actually, that's true. That's true. That's not the first Neverwinter Nights. Wait, how many Neverwinter Nights have we had? We had the original AOL Neverwinter Nights. We had 2 actual, like, CRPG Neverwinter Nights. And then I think there was another one after that? After Neverwinter Nights 2? Oh, that's right. That one's just called Neverwinter. That's right. There's just Neverwinter. That's the one I'm thinking of, I think. Do tier lists make sense at all? Isn't it just it depends? It does depend, yes. Yeah, the tier lists are a little silly because you are inherently stripping some context out of a game that is very heavily about context, but it's a little hard to talk about Spire strategically if you don't do that at least a little bit, because otherwise you can only talk about the current run that you're in, which is the only context that actually matters when you're playing Spire, right? Is the current run that you're in. So how do you talk about the strategy of Spire without being in an individual run of Spire? This is one way we can do it. And I don't think all cards are created equal in Spire. It does depend every time, but with some cards, it depends a little more than others. For example, Defy is a card that is just pretty universally good for the Necrobinder. There's not a lot of runs where you're not happy to see a Defy, especially an upgraded Defy, and put it into your deck. Oh yeah, let's cut the music here, by the way. We're swapping things up for our tier list here. Yeah, some cards are more equal than others. Exactly. Exactamundo. So we're trying to give sort of an overall ranking to the cards based on how broadly applicable they are or how well they solve the problems that they do solve. A card that can be a one-card solution to troublesome fights has more value, so to speak, than a card that doesn't on its own solve anything. These are the sorts of things we're going to consider as we try to rank the cards. Let's see, I'm going to chat with chat for a couple more minutes here before we get into our actual video. Once I start ranking stuff, I won't be interacting with chat too much, as I'll be focusing on getting through all the cards. Again, we have 80 cards to rank, I believe, on Necrobinder here, plus ancient cards. So yeah, more than 80 cards to rank. So even if I spend 1 minute talking about each card, that's going to be an hour-and-a-half video. So we'll be yapping for a while. How's it going, Lobster? Hi. I'm doing God's work. Good. And yeah, a reminder, by the way, that this tier list will be connected to the Untapped overlay. So if you want to see tier labels in-game from yours truly, or make your own tier list and rank it yourself, you can do that with the Untapped overlay. I'll give a shout-out, too, before we start. Kiki Lean says, hoping this will help you out. I struggle with Necro at Ascension 10 more than any other character. I also do that, and I've seen other good players also express that sentiment, so I feel like we're not alone, at least. Playing any runs after the tier list, that's the hope, yes. Later today, we're going to do some FTL, faster than light, hard, no pause. I definitely want to leave some time for that. But there definitely should be some time between the tier list and the FTL to do at least one run. Hopefully including at least one Necrobinder run, although I think we're on Silent in a rotation. But yeah, I'll be doing FTL later. You've won your last 10 Necro runs, but still don't necessarily feel confident with her. That's more than me. I think I've only done 4 in a row with this character. But I do keep trying stuff. What's the Rage Bait S tier card for the thumbnail? It's got to be it's got to be Grave Blast, right? Rage Bait it with Grave Blast. Because I'm the hologram guy. It seems like an easy sell, right? This is hologram, but on a different character. Therefore, it's S tier. Obviously. Obviously. This card is great. No, that's my Rage Bait for you. That is not true. That is not what I'm going to rank this card. But you'll have to wait until we actually get into it to see what I do rank that card. Everyone disliked that. No, that's incorrect. Astarion liked that. What's up, Bob Richard? What's up, Nina? What is up, everybody? Yeah, it's okay, but Dredge better is part of the problem with Grave Blast. Dredge is kind of insane. The Rage Bait card's gonna be Wisp. That's a good choice too. That's a good choice too. My event maxing runs, did I ever have 2 event chests pop up back to back? Oh, I've had that happen just naturally, I'm pretty sure. I know it can happen. So I'm quite positive that it has happened to me. Yeah, the cursed Asterian seal of approval. Means you've definitely done something deeply wrong. Jesse Florida, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Well, welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Okay, anything else to say before we get started? Redemptions are going to be off for the video because I don't want to have to interrupt my video to do individual shoutouts. I also won't be shouting out subs and such, nor responding much to chat. I will acknowledge some things that get brought up in chat, although I probably won't, like, read your username or anything, no offense. Just a different style for content that's meant to be more evergreen. What's up, Jankoviak? I'll give you the hello right now. Clamp. Give him the clamps. All right. Yeah, no mid-video dad jokes for the YouTubers. It's maybe a sad state of affairs, isn't it? Okay, just a bit more water. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to Slay the Spire 2. Today is the long-awaited ranking of every Necrobinder card in Slay the Spire 2. We're going to be doing this for the version 0.109.1 beta patch, because I expect these changes will, the numerical updates to the Necrobinder cards will make it to the main branch. Probably by the time this gets to the YouTube, or probably maybe not that much longer afterwards. And so this will be the I guess most up-to-date Necrobinder version that we can see. We're going to be ranking all of our cards on a scale of F through S, F being the worst, S being the best. Kind of on a ranking of sort of overall level of power and usability. That doesn't mean that a card in a higher tier is always better than a card in a lower tier, but cards in a higher tier are either just overall more powerful and sort of answering more questions within the game. They're elevating your run to a higher level of safety. They're more consistently good, that sort of thing. if you've got the circumstances lining up correctly, if you have synergies that benefit a lower tier card, maybe that lower tier card is going to be better. Spire is, of course, a very context-heavy game. But we're going to try to decontextualize the cards a little bit and rank them on an overall level of power, which can hopefully help guide your runs, maybe point you towards some cards you might have been not thinking about enough, or not acknowledging enough as good options, and just give you some good food for thought on how to play Necro. We're going to be doing this on the untapped.gg website, which allows us to rank pretty much anything in the game, from cards, relics, and more. You can use the untapped.gg companion overlay for Slay the Spire, which is a program for Windows only, which allows you to overlay the tier rankings from this and my other tier lists on top of your cards. Or if you don't like my rankings, you can use your own rankings. And as well, a big thank you to Untapped for sponsoring this and all my tier ranking videos on their website, and all of my content made with their overlay as an ongoing partner with them. So they're the very reason we get a very pretty looking tier list like this that allows us to, for example, look at the upgraded versions of our cards. There'll be a link to the Untapped overlay in the description below the video if you want to download that for yourself. It is, again, free for everybody on Windows currently only. Anyhow, let's actually start ranking some of these cards. Actually, before we do that, maybe a little bit of brief commentary on the kind of core strategy of Necrobinder. Necrobinder has Asti, a summon, which is, I think, important to talk about, since summon is exactly what the first card we're going to be ranking here, Afterlife, does. This card gives you 6 summon, and then 9 on the upgrade. And that's only a little bit better than Bodyguard, the starting card for the Necrobinder. But summon is a very strong effect. Summon is hit points for Asti, which is kind of like retaining block. Any unblocked attack damage that the Necrobinder would take is taken to your current summon value, which you always have at least 1, because you've always got summon 1 at the start of every turn because of your starting relic. And what this, and because you also have Unleash in the starting deck, you can then use that summon to deal more damage later. So in effect, this means that 1 summon is equal to 1 retaining block on Necrobinder plus 1 damage each time you play Unleash. The more you can stack summon, the safer you become, and the more damage that you deal. This gives Necrobinder kind of an inherent scaling strategy. And for this reason, Necrobinder really values block a lot, because if enemies are attacking you, then 1 block is equivalent to 1 summon, which is very, very strong. And then if enemies are not able to overcome your block, then every additional point of summon that you can build up is really valuable. So although Afterlife is a exhausting one-time card that does just barely better than what your starting card does, in practice what this is doing is allowing you to get a head start on the pile of summon that you're building up. And I think Afterlife's actually a pretty good early card in helping Necro through early game combats, like hallway combats, because of that. Because it lets you build up a pile of summon that is protecting your health, and giving you bonus damage with Unleash to let you get through those short fights pretty quickly. Where does that rank this card overall, then? I think it's... I initially put this as very low, like in C tier. I've come to respect it more as I've played Necrobinder more, and now I think it's... I don't know if it's A tier. I don't quite feel like it's A. I'm going to put it in B here. I think it's a solid card, but... only in some fights. This is not that much help in boss fights is the problem. And probably one of the big problems with Necrobinder, that core strategy I just described of building a lot of summon and protecting it with block, it works well in short hallway fights, but it kind of falls apart in boss fights. So Necrobinder decks typically need to have a secondary strategy or a scaling plan in order to answer the bosses, and that can't just be block and summon, usually. You can block and summon your way through Waterfall Giant, though. That works pretty well. But yeah, I think B tier overall for Afterlife. I could easily see upping the number on this by 1, and it would still be a reasonable card. I don't think it needs a buff, per se, but it wouldn't be terrible with 1, you know? All right, next up, Blight Strike. 1 cost, deal 8 damage and apply Doom equal to the damage dealt. This upgrades to do 2 more damage and therefore also 2 more Doom. I kind of like this card, but it doesn't feel that good. Doom in general is a bit of a tough mechanic. You can think of Doom as damage, but then delayed by 1 turn. And you're suffering that 1 turn delay as long as any of the damage from Doom matters. So it's delayed damage. Therefore, 1 Doom is worth less than 1 damage. Keep that in mind. 1 Doom is worth less than 1 damage as we rank these cards. So Blight Strike on its face is up to 16 damage, but not really. It's not as good as 16 damage. Nor is the upgrade as good as 20 damage. It's a solid enough card, but not that exciting. It is nice that it is a Strike card, so Strike Dummy can boost this and make the damage significantly higher. It's nice that it's an attack that applies a debuff, because therefore it's pretty good with the Slate of Flesh. But overall, I haven't loved Blight Strike. I think this would be either low B or maybe high C. I'm going to put it in C tier. Yeah, kind of a hard card to rank second. I don't think it's overall that exciting. Next up, Defile. Defile is an ethereal card dealing 13 damage, upgrades to deal 7. This is a pretty good floor 1 card to give you some initial punch. But it doesn't seem like it fits into a overall deck all that well. The ethereal keyword is helpful because you can gain bonus block for having this. Page Storm can turn it into bonus draw. The ethereal keyword actually does give it a number of synergies that are okay. You can play this to cheapen Banshee's Cry. I think it's an acceptable early card. I'll put it in B here. Yeah, it's a decent enough floor 1 card. Same as Afterlife. I like it, but I don't love it. Next up, let's rank Defy. This one, I think, will be an easier ranking. Defy has that same ethereal keyword. It gives you block and weak. The original version of this card upgraded to give you 2 weaken. That card I would have put in S tier. The version of Defy that said 7 block, 2 weak for Defy Plus. That card was insane. This card is not quite that good. 9 block and 1 weak is really nice. Notably, it's quite hard to stack the block. The weaken, rather, from Defy across multiple turns. So that can be a little bit of a problem if it's only applying 1 weaken every time you use it. That said, this card is overall excellent. I'm going to keep it out of the S tier. I don't think it's quite on the level of an S tier card, but it is very good, putting it solidly into A tier. That's where I'm going to stick it. All right, Drain Power. Deal 10 damage, upgrade 2 random cards in the discard pile. I don't like this card that much. It's an attack card that supports the slow block-heavy playstyle of Necro the most. The idea is that you upgrade a couple of cards for the next time that you see them. Which is only going to be after you cycle the deck, which is often a long wait. And otherwise it's just doing 10 damage, or maybe upgraded 12. So this is more of a way to sort of scale your deck across boss fights, especially if you can also exhaust cards in any way, shape, or form. Then you can use that engine, like Sculpting Strike or Seance, to get rid of cards, and then drain power to upgrade them, and then you just eventually thin out to an entirely upgraded deck. If you can fetch cards from the discard pile, then you can also benefit from the upgrades more immediately. That's pretty good. I don't like this. It's decent on floor 1 because the fights are short enough that you see the upgraded cards pretty quickly, but as your deck builds out, it takes longer and longer to see the cards you upgraded. Yeah, I can't personally... I don't think it's quite in C tier, because it does have some pretty legit uses, but I can't justify putting it much higher than B. This one hasn't been that exciting to me. Yeah, a bit of a win more card. That's my problem, is that in fights where you're kind of falling behind, the drain power is not helping you. And that's where Necro really needs the most help. Fear. Ethereal, 7 damage, 1 vuln. Not that exciting of a card, actually. The upgrade goes pretty hard. You get 1 more vuln and 8 damage, but only 1 vuln is kind of tough to exploit. Unless you've got a lot of attacks on your Necrobinder deck, which you probably shouldn't. Necrobinder tends to draft more defensive. I don't love Fear that much. Feels kind of natural to put it right next to Defile. Surely it's approximately as good as Defile. I could honestly see putting it in C, though. I've not been that excited about Fear. I'm going to put it higher than Blight Strike. Yeah, I don't like Fear very much. It doesn't do enough upfront damage to be as clickable as Defile. And it's because it's ethereal, you cannot really line it up with your other attacks very well. It's got a decent upgrade, but if you don't upgrade it, it's not doing much. Yeah, it doesn't work with lethality. That's the other problem, right? Is that because it's only 1 vuln, you want to play it before your big attack. But lethality says play your big attack first. And then the other option becomes draw the Fear the turn beforehand, upgraded Fear, play the upgraded Fear, then the next turn play the lethality attack. But lining that up is so hard. Yeah, I don't love it for that much for that reason. Let's rank Flatten. Flatten is our first Osti attack. Osti attacks are, let's say, better than regular attacks for 2 reasons. Well, for one, those reasons are the same reason, which is that Osti attacks are not affected by effects on the Necrobinder, or rather, strength and weaken on the Necrobinder. Lethality still applies, which is very nice. Yeah, 2 reasons that are 1 reason. So any negative strength you might have, or if you happen to have positive strength, which happens less frequently, then that won't affect Osti attacks. And if you're weak, that also won't affect Osti attacks. This one is 12 damage, upgrades to 16. If Osti already attacked this turn, make this card 0 cost. I like this a lot. In the early game, this honestly just does enough damage that it can be worth paying 2 energy for. And if you draw it alongside Unleash, or any other Osti attack that you might add, it becomes very powerful. A really good card for getting through hallway combats, which I tend to find the Necrobinder struggles with quite a bit. And if you're building a draw engine, then cycling back to this and playing it many times can be very effective. Works well with things like Grave Blast. Grave Warden gives you 8 block, upgrades to 11 block, and puts a soul in the draw pile. It's kind of like Shrug It Off. Yeah, this is Shrug It Off. For me, the most important thing about this card is that this is the highest block Necrobinder has on a 1-cost card or any common card. It's the highest block 1 energy card. And that alone makes this very good, right? This is for me A tier. A very solid defensive option. The soul that it adds is usually quite helpful. There can be situations like the Infested Prism fight in Act 2 where it's a bit of a downside, but overall Grave Warden's pretty dang good. So I'm putting it in A tier, a little bit lower than Defy, which I think is the superior card. But Grave Warden does have more block than Defy does, so if the enemy's already weak, it's going to help more. Grave Blast. Deal a meager 4 damage and then put a card from your discard pile into your hand. And exhaust this card. It's like a hologram on defect, but it's an attack that does a little bit of damage instead of a block card that does a little bit of a damage. In both cases, the upgrade is less about increasing the face value and more about making it not exhaust so that you can use it multiple times. This does give Grave Blast a important niche in that you can use Grave Blast to fetch Grave Blast, forming a loop. And if you have unlimited energy, or if the Grave Blasts happen to cost 0, you can do this with Snecko Eye, or you can do this with Touch of Insanity. Then you can form an infinite combo out of that, which is kind of cool. It's worth noting. That said, I'm not very excited about Grave Blast usually. So what's wrong with Grave Blast? Grave Blast is spending 1 energy on a very small amount of damage for Necrobinder. This is a character who often does even less than the printed value of this card because she may have negative strength or she may be weak. So the main value is getting a card back into your hand. The best cards to fetch into your hand are those that make energy and those that are 0 cost, usually, because then you can just play more stuff. That's the principle on defect anyway, but Necrobinder doesn't have a lot of those cards. Necrobinder does not have a lot of ways to generate energy instantly, nor does she have a lot of good 0 cost cards. If you have either of those things, then a Grave Blast can be good, but overall, I'm not excited about this card. Yeah, and it wants an upgrade. For me, this is actually like way down in maybe even D tier. Low C seems like a more respectful rank for it. But I think we need to have something in D tier, so I'm gonna put Grave Blast down there. I've been very unimpressed with Grave Blast. Other things to say, Necrobinder is a very energy-hungry character. This character really wants to generate more energy so she can play her more expensive cards. Spending 1 energy on getting 1 specific card back into your hand is not by default a very good value proposition for her, I've found. That's not to say that this card can't be useful at times. I just don't think it's a smart add to your deck early on at all. And it needs specific other cards to be good. But yeah, that's my take on Grave Blast currently. Invoke. On your next turn, summon 2 and gain 2 energy. It's like outmaneuver from the first game, except it also gives you some Osti. This is pretty good. This is energy generation and a little bit of bonus summon all in one. The main problem with Invoke is that it's all next turn effect, but the upside is quite good. I originally ranked this card really, really highly, but as time has gone on, I've come to appreciate it less, because Invoke is definitely a bit of a win more card, as any exclusively next turn effect kind of is, right? You can only do good things with Invoke if you can afford to play it on the current turn instead of something else, and you might need more immediate impact in order to get stuff done. If you can thin your deck to the point or generate enough souls to the point where you can loop Invoke and play it each turn, then it can do really good things for you, but that style of deck doesn't really do very well in the current environment that has the Aeon Glass and the Infested Prism. So I think Invoke has gone down partially for that as well. Like Soul Spam and summon-heavy decks don't do all that well. So I'm going to put this in low B. I think it's good. No, it's better than Drain Power, surely. Yeah, it's definitely better than Drain Power. That's where I'm going to stick Invoke these days. But yeah, I think overall the effect of this card is quite strong. And if you can consistently get off Invoke and use that to build more summon and then loop back to the Invoke again, you can do very, very well. But the problem is that Invoke does not help you in fights where you're not able to out summon them. Negative Pulse. This is a block card that applies Doom to all enemies. Quite a bit of it, actually. 7 Doom to all enemies. This is effectively a lot of area damage. And the upgrade does even more. You get 1 more block and 4 more Doom per enemy, which is frankly a little bit ridiculous. I like this card a lot. It's not that good at blocking unless you get some Dexterity. Dexterity makes this card great. But even without Dexterity, this is one of my favorite answers to multi-enemy threats on Ironclad. It's also a debuff applying card, so it's really good with Sleight of Flesh, which is a very valuable interaction. Yeah, this is high high B ranking for me. I don't think it's quite as good as the A tier blocks. It's no Defy or Grave Warden. Well, in some runs it can be alongside those. Did I say Ironclad? On Necrobinder. I meant on Necrobinder. So I'm going to put it in high B. But yeah, not much to say. It's definitely good. Even though you have to wait a turn for the enemies to die, in a multi-enemy fight, just being able to block for one turn and then have all the minions die, I think that's part of why I like it, actually. Because the Doom requires you to wait a turn, but then it's also giving you block at the same time to help you wait that one turn. That's what makes it really nice. Better than something like Blight Strike. Poke. 0 cost. Asti deals 6. This is a good one. Necrobinder, I said, does not have a lot of good 0 cost cards for, like, Grave Blast to target. This is one of the exceptions. Poke just does damage, but it's Asti doing the damage, so this can work with Calcify, and this can work with various Asti attacks. I like this a lot in Overgrowth, especially, to help you get stuff. It's actually good in both, though. It's both good in both Overgrowth and Underdocs, because in Underdocs, you can just keep blocking, and then you get some free damage while you're doing it. That's what Necro appreciates so much about Poke, is that being a 0 cost attack means you can just add some free damage in there while you're focusing on getting your summon down and blocking. So I'm going to put this in B alongside Flatten. I think it's just as good as Flatten. In fact, I'll rank it slightly above Flatten. This is going to be the stream where I rank every card B. I think all the common cards are in B anyway. Yeah, B is for busy because that's where all the common cards are going to go. Next up is Pull Aggro. It is a summon and a block stapled together. Basically, defend plus bodyguard, essentially. Get 1 more summon and 2 more block on the upgrade. Almost feels a little bit below par for a 2-cost card upgrade. It is expensive, but that can actually work in your favor, as Necrobinder does have some nice synergies for expensive cards. So the cost is sometimes an upside. And it's nice to be able to block while, again, building that summon. Really good for slower pace cards. A solid Underdocs card. Definitely not a great one in Overgrowth, I think. I feel like the number on this card could come up a little bit. This one for me is maybe low B tier. It doesn't feel right to put it in C. I could maybe put it in high C tier. I'm not a huge fan of Pull Aggro, but it does do the job sometimes. Only sometimes. Yeah, the interaction with Dance Macabre is nice. Keep putting cards in B tier. That's where every card goes. No, it's just, I think that's just the state of Necro Commons, in my opinion. The uncommons and rares are going to be ranked quite differently, I believe. Smile. How many more commons go into B tier? Let's find out. I think that's where Reap is going too. I don't feel like I can justify putting this in A. So Reap, 27 damage with Retain, upgrades to 33. I have found that my runs tend to go pretty well if I get this card early. The damage to cost ratio isn't that good, which makes this a little bit awkward, but being Retained makes it a lot easier to play. You can have this in hand for that one turn where you've got bonus energy because you played Invoke. And it goes a long way towards fixing the tough matchups that you might encounter in Overgrowth Act 1. So I really like this in Overgrowth Act 1 especially. It's got some nice interactions with some of other Necro's unique mechanics, like Dance Macabre, being a 2 or more cost card it can benefit from. Really good card if you happen to have Snecko Eye. Maybe I do put it in low A. Or top of B. Yeah, it's either low A or high B for me personally. There's already so many things in B tier. Let's add one more. I'm going to put it below negative pulse. Okay. But our next cards are not going into B tier. Actually, well, I might lie. Maybe everyone goes into B tier. There's only one way to find out. Is to rank them. Reeve. Reeve got changed recently. I think it was 9 damage upgrades to 11 on the main branch patch. Now it got upgraded to 10 damage upgrades to 13. And notably, it still adds a soul plus on the upgrades. The upgrade is now 3 more damage and upgrade the soul, which is a little bit awesome, actually. So the previous version of this card, I would have ranked C instantly. Now that it's buffed, I actually like it more. I think it's a very good early card. Like, it's almost on, like, Reeve Plus does the same damage as Defile, which is actually quite impressive. So this is going to go next to Defile for me. It's all B. That's right. Everything is B. But that's only because of the start here. Don't worry. Smile. No, I like Reeve quite a bit. The soul synergies aren't that strong at the moment, I don't think, but Reeve does enough upfront damage that I like it as one of the better common cards, I think. All right, next up we're ranking Scourge. Apply a bunch of Doom and draw a card. Upgrades for more Doom and 1 more card draw. I initially thought pretty highly of this. It's like kind of a Pommel Strike type card, but as I've played more and more, I really haven't found Scourge to be that exciting most of the time. For decks that want to do Doom, there's a lot of better options for applying Doom. And it's not a particularly good source of card draw. If you get a bunch of upgraded Scourges, that can make a nice core to a deck. So if you've got an abundance of ways to upgrade or heavy into Doom synergy, I could see it. Works with Sleight of Flesh. It's tough, though. In most cases, I feel like there's better cards to have. I think for me, this is a C-tier ranking. I'll happily put it in the top of C. But I've never overall not been that impressed with Scourge. Yeah, it's upgrade hungry. It is noteworthy for having a +1 draw upgrade. That can matter quite a bit. But it's hard to justify the 1 energy on in most cases. Waiting for that Doom damage is a real pain. Just doesn't quite do enough, I think. That's currently how I'm feeling about it. Sculpting Strike can add Ethereal to a card in your hand. So this can be used to exhaust cards from your hand by not playing them, or you can use it to create ethereal synergies in your deck, which is pretty cool. Conceptually, I like Sculpting Strike quite a bit. In practice, I find it quite slow most of the time. Yeah, believe it or not, B. The upfront damage of Sculpting Strike isn't high enough for me to really approve. This might be another C ranking for me. Yeah, I've also not been that impressed. This is a way to thin your deck, but it's so slow at doing so that I don't really like it. Also, if you try to use this to remove cards with nasty end of turn effects like curses or statuses that hit you at the end of turn, you'll find that those damage you and then exhaust. So you can't really use it to get rid of statuses in a way that you would like. You can't use it. It won't prevent damage from withers in the Aeon Glass fight, for example. Are commons meant to have uninteresting upgrades? Most of the time, they're flat damage increases. Yeah, commons don't do interesting enough things conceptually to have interesting upgrades most of the time. Most direct block or attack cards have fairly basic upgrades. But yeah, there are some nice synergies for Sculpting Strike. I'm gonna put it above Fear. Snap. Asti deals 7 damage, and then you add a retain to a card in your hand. Retaining a card is just as good as drawing a card, except it can be better. Notably, the way that this card works is that you, for the rest of the fight, add the retain keyword to that card. So even if you play it and it leaves your hand, if you draw it again, it'll still have retain. So you can use Snap to build up, over the course of a longer fight, a handful of cards that all have the retain keyword. Yeah, this card looks mid, but the secondary effect is quite good. I'm almost tempted to put this in A. I'm going to do it. I'm going to put Snap in A tier. The bottom of A tier, mind you. Yeah, it can be really good in the right deck. The upgrade is nothing to write home about. Of course, 3 more damage is fine. It's nice. Being an Asti attack is very nice for interacting with Asti synergies. And the retain aspect can further make those really effective to pull off. Like, Snap plus Rattle is a really good combination. Next up is So. This card is so. Yeah, this card's perfectly fine. It's a retaining deal damage to all enemies card. The fact that it does damage to all enemies is the part that's good. The upgrade is good because it hits every enemy, so an upgrade on So is better than an upgrade on, for example, Poke. I would say, even though they're both +3 damage, +3 damage to all enemies is more valuable than +3 damage to one enemy. And the retaining aspect makes it easier to play at the right time, whatever that time might be. Yeah, this is Cleave. Basically, this is just Cleave with Retain. And that's fine. It's a great early game card. If you don't have area damage in your deck, then it's worth thinking about taking So, just so you have some. I would never call this particularly exciting. I would rank it probably alongside Drain Power. Further populating the B tier. Lastly, but possibly also leastly, Wisp here. Wisp, 0 cost, get 1 energy, exhaust, upgrades to retain. Now, the Necrobinder is a very energy-hungry character. She does somewhat appreciate trading 1 draw for 1 energy. On the right turn, this can help, but often this is dead weight. If you don't draw this alongside cards that you can play it with, then this thing really does stink. The Retain upgrade can make it more consistently useful, helping you play that expensive power or otherwise big card like Reap. So if it comes upgraded for free, it's not that bad. But overall, this can really mess with your draws. It's very possible to hurt you or yourself by adding Wisp to the deck. So I don't find it that good very often. I'm going to put it in the bottom of C, I think. I don't think it's a D tier card. I actually don't think it's as bad as Grave Blast, but it does feel bad a lot of the time. Yeah, it feels like it should be better, right? 1 energy it's an energy generating card. It should feel like it's good, but I think the 1 card for 1 energy trade just isn't worth it often enough. Especially since you can only use it once in a 1 fight. Yeah, it'd be nice if this card drew 1. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. And Necro has better ways to get energy. That's also part of the problem with Wisp. So, there's all the common cards ranked for Necrobinder. Just want to mention, by the way, since this is an early access ranking, I don't feel all that confident in Necrobinder in general. I think this is one of the characters I struggle with the most currently. My best is only 4 wins in a row on Ascension 10 at the moment, so I wouldn't call myself an expert Necrobinder player by any stretch of the imagination. Part of the fun of doing this, though, is being able to kind of look back on this in the future and seeing how on or off base I was with rankings in the very early days of Slay the Spire 2. So now we're going to rank all the uncommon cards. Alphabetically, of course, starting with Bone Shards. Bone Shard says, if Asti is alive, he deals damage to all enemies and you gain block. Asti dies. And upgrades to 3 more damage to all enemies and 3 more block. That's a hell of an upgrade. So Bone Shard's kind of annoying for wiping out your summon investment, but kind of awesome for being area damage and block at the same time. This is a crazy good early game card. Yeah, this card's crazy good in the early game. I'm putting it in A. I don't think this is quite S tier, but I do think it's an A tier card. Is it better than Defy? No, but it's better than everything else. Solid A. Yeah, very solid A tier for me. Yeah, 1 cost area dash. Wiping out all your summon is the problem, right? Like, if you have 1 summon on Asti, then this is amazing. But if Asti has more than 1 hit point, this feels kind of bad to play sometimes. Sometimes you can't play it, because you have more Asti health than it gives block, and then it feels really bad. So this can be a dead card at times, because you have too much summon to meaningfully play it. Alright, next up, Borrowed Time. With Wisp, we mentioned that Necrobinder has better ways to make energy. This is the better way to make energy. This card makes a lot of energy. And it makes energy in a way that is better if you use it on more expensive cards. So, Borrow Time minus gives you 4 energy and says cards cost 1 more energy. So you can play 2 1-energy cards and then play Borrowed Time with your 3rd energy. Then you have 4 energy left. That's enough to play 2 formerly 1-energy cards. So yeah, that's plus 1 energy in its unupgraded form. But then the upgraded form gives you 2 more energy, so you could play 1 more, again, formerly 1-energy card. So that would be plus 2 energy. But that's only if you're playing it on 1-energy cards. With that 4 energy, you could instead play a 3-cost card. So you could do like defend, borrow time, and then reap. That is allowed. So that would be effectively plus 2 energy then. And the really killer thing that borrowed time does is allow you to gain the benefits of playing higher cost cards. So this will activate Dance Macabre, which activates whenever you play a 2-cost card. This will make all of your cards activate that, and you get blocked for playing every card during your turn. If you have the Intimidating Helmet, the same thing will happen. You can get refunds using the Card Relic, the deck of cards that gives you energy back when you play a 3-cost card. Oh yeah, and X-cost cards can't be cost modified, so this is just tons of free energy for any X-cost card. Most notably, Dirge, but potentially a number of other options. I think for me, this is amongst the best cards. This is one of the big cards I'm looking to see in order to turn my run into some kind of breakout run where I'm playing lots of gigantic cards and activating my powers a lot. Oh, Ivory Tile, that's the one. Yeah, Ivory Tile is the relic I was meaning to talk about. Also very good with Eradicate. Yeah, and any of the X-cost cards on this character. So this for me is an S-tier card. Just overall, very good. All right, what's next, though? And then the juxtaposition is going to be funny here. Barry. This card's very funny. What if Bludgeon was even bigger? 4 cost, 52 damage, upgrades to 63. That's plus 11 damage. This card is hilarious. If you can play it, it's kind of incredible. But the problem with Barry is that you can't play it. It is so hard to play. This card does not retain like Reap does, which means you either have to give it retain with Snap or you have to retain something else. It's extremely funny if you get the Slither event in Act 1, or if you find a Snecko Eye, or even if you find the fake Snecko Eye. You can use it with Wisp. But in practice, this thing is unwieldy as hell. If Barry is good, you might know it. You might be able to spot that Barry is good, but overall, I'm putting this way down in D tier. I cannot in good conscience recommend Barry most of the time. But yeah, if it's playable, it's really good. But that's a big if. That's the problem, is that the if on the berry being playable is big, and the likelihood that you draw it before you can play it is too high. And so this gets the 7 stars ranking from me. This card is too awkward to actually... Yeah, you have to build around it if you want it to work. And it's a big ask. It does a lot of damage, but it doesn't do so much damage that building around it is necessarily worth it. This is a really good card to get from an attack potion. Yeah, I love this from attack potion. Calcify. Osti's attacks do more damage. It's like strength, but for Osti. And quite a bit of it, too. Calcify is pretty solid. I think Calcify, by default, it just affects your Unleash. Yeah, it's hard not to just throw this in B. That feels like where I just put everything that I don't know how to rank. Good, but not consistently incredible. This is only particularly good if you picked up things like Poke or Snap. If you have multiple Osti attacks, then this can go very hard. But it's a little difficult to scale into the end game. Doesn't provide enough immediate output for most decks. I think it's in B. I don't think it goes down in C. It provides enough of a bonus that it's a really solid pickup for a lot of decks. And I think Osti attacks in general are good enough that I'm going to put this in B tier. Rank it fairly high up. I'm going to put it just below Reap, actually. Capture Spirit. An enemy loses 3 health and you put 3 souls into the draw pile. Upgrades to 1 more health and 1 more soul. This is the most souls you can get for 1 energy, which is pretty cool. Originally, for the initial early access of the game, I would have ranked this in probably one of the highest, maybe even S tier. This card draws a lot of cards. However, now that we live in a world with the Infested Prism and the Aeon Glass, I don't like it as much. This card, what it does at its core is very strong, but it does not match up well into particular foes. And that really limits, especially on Ascension 10, I think that really limits its potential. Yeah, souls aren't as good anymore is the problem. And the upfront effect of this card is not very much. But does that mean it's also in B tier is the question? Or is it A tier? I definitely don't put it in C. Definitely not in S tier. I think it's either low A or high B. But I am not sure. I think we need some more A tier cards. Let's put it in low A. It's still very solid. If you're wanting souls, then this is one of the best cards for souls. And if you're not wanting souls, then it's not so good. It's not a great floor 1 card. But this isn't just exclusively a how good is this card on floor 1 ranking. Otherwise, borrowed time would be a lot worse. Let's rank Cleanse. You get a little bit of summon, 3 or upgraded 5, and exhaust a card from the draw pile. I like Cleanse. It's effectively a draw 1, because it's 1 card you don't draw. And you don't draw that card every cycle, which is kind of cool. Useful for getting rid of curses. This can even get rid of especially nasty curses, like the Bad Luck from Duplicate Your Deck event, or the Enthralled curse from Vaku. I do like this card a fair bit. This is one of the ways that Necro can thin out her deck and cycle pretty aggressively. Next to Afterlife, I think is a pretty good fair ranking. Yeah, next to Afterlife is a pretty fair ranking. Put it next to Afterlife. I don't think this deserves to be an A tier. On High Ascension, I think this card is a little too slow for what it does. The summon effect is a little bit too low. The thinning your draw pile is very nice, but by definition doesn't help until next turn. So I'm ranking it in B. All right, what else we got now? Countdown. Start of your turn, apply Doom to a random enemy. Countdown is cool. Upgrades to 9 Doom as well. It's a pretty significant upgrade, considering it's every turn. This is a really nice 1-card damage solution for any deck that's slower. I think your first copy of Countdown is especially valuable, because Countdown can activate a lot of different things on Necrobinder. You can activate your... Slate of Flesh. You can activate your block power that activates on Doom. You can make sure that Death's Door blocks every turn as well. So it's good with a number of things, as well as providing useful output on its own. Yeah, very, very good with Sleight of Flesh, especially. I think this might be a low A ranking. I think it has more application in the early game than Calcify. It's a good early game pickup. And it does synergize with quite a bit. Yeah, it's like Noxious Fumes, but for Necrobinder. I'm going to put it in low A. I think Countdown is quite solid. Dance Macabre. Upon playing a card that costs 2 or more, get 4 block. Upgrades to 6 block. This is quite strong. You can pretty consistently activate this once per turn if you've got big cards in your deck. And if you're using something like Borrowed Time, it can do even better. So this can be a functional block engine. It's not that takeable in the early game because it can be a little hard to get online. I'm not sure I would say that this is an S-tier card, but I think this could be another candidate for A-tier here. I do like it more than Countdown, so I guess it goes above Countdown. Let's put it next to Bone Shards. Definitely a card you can use to make a block engine. And a very good one at that. Death March. Does 8 damage and more damage for each card drawn during our turn. This got a big damage upgrade in one of the more recent patches. I'm not sure this is the main branch live version or not anymore. This is now actually a pretty good card. I initially didn't think this was very good, but now that it has a bigger number on it, if you're using souls of any kind, this very quickly turns into huge damage. 1 energy, 16 damage if you played 1 soul on your turn, which is a lot. That's a lot, and that's for unupgraded, right? Upgraded after playing 1 soul does 21 damage, which is more than any other 1 energy attack will do. That said, drawing cards during your turn is easier said than done. But I think you can absolutely now use this as a huge piece of a damage engine, something you can even build around. Like Body Slam, but for card draw. Yeah, kind of. I think this is going in high B. I'm going to rank it above Poke and Flatten. It's quite solid. B for Necrobinder. Don't worry, there won't be any B rank cards for a little bit here. The uncommons are quite good on this character. Seems like an insane kaleidoscope target. Yes, a lot of powers are, actually. All right, Death's Door. You get 6 block if you apply Doom this turn, gain block additional times. 2 additional times, specifically. So this is 18 block if you apply Doom, upgrades to 21 block if you apply Doom. This card blocks so much. The best block on Necrobinder, if you can activate the effect. This is what makes Countdown worth taking, so that you can always activate the Death's Door. And if you have other sources of Doom, this becomes absolutely incredible. Yeah, just a ridiculously good block. Deathbringer. Doom and weak to all enemies for 2 cost. Very good early game card. This is S tier if you find it on floor 1. I think overall it's not that good. Noteworthy for being 2 debuffs in 1. Which is really valuable with something like Light of Flesh, of course. For me, this is high A. This is one of the best floor 1 cards to find, no matter what Act 1 you're in. Very good way to deal with multi-enemy fights. It applies enough Doom that most minions will die immediately to the Doom, which is very good. So I like this card a lot. The fact that it's only 1 weekend, even on the upgrade, is a little bit sad. 2 cost can be a benefit thanks to things like Dance Macabre. Incredible again with Sleight of Flesh. But on its own, just great. Not insane, but just great. So I'm putting it at top of A. It gets a lot more insane, though, if you have Debilitate, which makes you vulnerable and weak, twice as effective against the enemy for the next 2 turns. This is the nerfed version of the card. It was previously 3 turns on the unupgraded and 4 turns on the upgraded. That version of the card was S tier, in my opinion. The nerf definitely hurts. Now Debilitate is harder to maintain. It's also pretty hard for Necrobinder to get enough weaken in the first place. So I think currently for me, this card goes in A tier alongside Defy, but I don't think it's in S tier. Doubling your weaken Vuln is very effective. An enemy with doubled Vuln is taking effectively double damage, and an enemy with doubled weak is effectively doing half damage, and half is a very effective multiplier. Especially because odd numbers will round down, so you'll get more than advertised damage reduction. But yeah, almost every card that applies weak on Necro applies weak for only 1 turn. So it's kind of hard to get consistent weaken with Debilitate. Now, if you get a Shockwave offered in the shop, totally different story. If Necro gets Shockwave, then Debilitate is cracked. But that doesn't happen all that often. Does it stack with Paper Crane? I have no idea. I haven't had a silent run with Debilitate. Yeah, I do wonder how that works. Might have to test that someday. Next up, Delay. Gain 11 block, and then on your next turn, gain an energy. Upgrades to 13 block and 2 energy. The fact that the upgrade gives more energy is kind of insane on Delay. For me, this is amongst the best blocks. I might even put it in S. Yeah, a core find on successful runs for being one of the better ways to make energy on this character. It's like if Invoke were also a 2-cost block. Yeah, it's just insanely efficient overall, the amount of block you get relative to the cost you're paying. So, S tier for me. Not a whole lot to say. We already talked about why block is so good on Necro, and energy is so good on Necro, and this is both of those things in one thing. That's why it's so good, right? It's the 2 best things on the character, energy and block, in 1 card. Dirge. Summon 3 X times and add X souls into the draw pile. This card was ridiculously OP in the original launch of the game, when it didn't exhaust and when we didn't have enemies that killed you if you played a bunch of souls. But now we do have enemies that kill you if you play a bunch of souls, which makes Dirge a lot less good than it used to be. However, it does still go pretty hard if you can sink a lot of energy into it, and in the right build, it can fuel an absolutely ridiculous damage engine, like it's crazy good with Death March, for example. It's crazy good if you can combo with Borrowed Time. No longer an S tier card, but I think it's still going in A tier, right next to Capture, actually right above Capture Spirit. I really have Snap above Dirge? That seems insane. How the mighty have fallen. And now we have Dredge. Put 3 cards from your discard pile into your hand and exhaust. And the upgrade is retain and do the same thing. This is part of the reason Grave Blast is way down there in D tier. Is that this card exists and it's 3 Grave Blasts stapled together. You don't do damage, but who cares about the crappy damage on Grave Blast anyway? This is just a ridiculous way to get lots of cards into your hand. If you have any amount of energy generation, even just Wisp, this becomes great. And the upgrade adding Retain to it makes it so much more consistently powerful. The only downside is that it's a one-time use card. But even so, this one I think might be an S tier for me. I can also see putting it in A. I don't know if it's quite S tier. I'm going to put it in high A. We'll put it below Debilitate. Yeah, that feels about right. Yeah, if this didn't exhaust, it'd be crazy, because then you could have 2 dredges that were fetching each other plus other cards that make energy or something, right? Like Dredge, Borrowed Time or something weird. Dredge, Invoke, and you just keep invoking more times. Yeah, that'd be a little insane. Enfeebling Touch is an ethereal card that causes one enemy to lose 8 strength for 1 turn, or upgrades to 11. This much strength reduction's actually insane. This is at minimum 8 or 11 block upgraded. If the enemy is attacking even more than 1 time, then it becomes a ridiculous amount of block. Just as good as Death's Door at mitigating damage. We're going to put it way up in S tier. The ethereal, I find, is a bit of a problem because you're forced to either play this or exhaust it if you draw it when the enemy's not attacking. But even with that issue, this is still a really good card. So, S tier for sure. Fetch. Asti does 3 damage. If this is the first time this card has been played this turn, draw 1. Just like a little bit of free damage. And upgrades to be 3 more damage. Not a very exciting upgrade, but it's useful enough. You just throw this card out whenever you see it, and you get a little bit of added damage. The neat part is the ability to synergize with Asti cards, which is quite solid. Works well with Calcify, too. I think this one's probably low A. Yeah, it's a fun clone target, too, which is cute. I'm going to put it in low A. We'll rank it next to Snap, I think. If Calcify is so good, then why isn't there a Calcify 2? Well, there is a friendship that gives you, well, loses you 2 strength. This card's quite cool. Lose strength and then gain energy at the start of each turn. As we mentioned earlier, the negative strength does not apply to Asti's attacks, only your attacks. And that's part of why things like Blight Strike are not ranked very highly. That additional energy is incredibly valuable for this character. Most Necrobinder runs would love to have 1 or even 2 copies of Friendship, so that you have more energy to do things like playing big, expensive cards. Depending on the playstyle, I could easily see these going in S tier. For me, this is only an A tier card, but it's a good A tier card. I'll rank it next to Deathbringer. An A plus tier card. Yeah, it's high A for sure. A lot of decks, again, want multiple copies of it. The lack of immediate impact does pose a bit of a problem, though, as you have to be able to invest energy in this into this in the first place, which is not so easily done. All right, next up, Haunt. Haunt got a buff in the beta patch currently. The main branch, I think this is 6 damage, upgrades to 8. On 109 patch, this is 7 damage, or actually more accurately, lose 7 health. And then upgrade to lose 9 health, which is different because it ignores block, which is a slight distinction. Overall, though, souls are not in a great place. as a core strategy on Necrobinder. I'm not that big of a fan of Haunt these days. And I think part of the problem is that relying on playing souls as your damage engine in particular is a really problematic thing to be doing with the current enemy design. Because you're left being unable to employ your damage engine against Aeon Glass and against the Infested Prism so effectively. So I can't justify giving Haunt a very good rating. I think this might be down in C tier these days. I'll put it at the top of C tier, but Haunt has really suffered, even though it's gotten a numeric value increase. Haunt has really suffered from the context of the game changing. That's all right. C tier it is. Now for the high five. High five means Asti does damage and applies Vuln to all enemies, with the upgrade doing more damage and one more Vuln. It's a nice way to get Vuln on Necrobinder, but it's expensive. The expense kind of limits the usefulness here. I do think it's a good area damage option, which makes it an okay early game card, but it doesn't scale all that well that I found. Usually if I've got a high five, I'm not wanting to play it that often in the late game. Although sometimes I need the Vuln. So the Vuln can really help. And sometimes it's worth paying, too, for 3 turns of Vuln. I mean, just ask Ironclad, right? Ironclad mentioned again. You think of it as Bash, it's not that bad. But yeah, you really want the Vuln cards to be 0 or 1 mana. Unfortunately, your competition is Fear, which is 1 mana, but sucks. So compared to Fear, I think High Five is doing better. I'm going to put it in B tier, alongside Poke and Flatten, because I think it goes well with Poke and Flatten. It's a solid medium Aussie attack. So we'll put it there. 2 Thunderclaps stapled together. I like that idea, actually. That's almost exactly what it is. Lethality. This is definitely a build-defining one for Necro. Your first attack each turn does more damage, percentage more damage, and this is percentage more damage that is going to multiply with other sources of percent more damage, such as Vulnerable. Also multiplies with things like Pen Nib, multiplies any Akabeko damage you might have. If you have positive strength or Calcify, it's going to multiply that as well. Since Necrobinder has a lot of high-cost, high-damage attacks, like Reap, like Bury, like Eradicate, which we're going to rank later, the damage scaling from Lethality can be very significant, and I think it's a very good card. I'm going to put it right next to Friendship as one of the really good powers on this character. Very solid option. See, now things are balancing out. Now that we've started ranking uncommons, the A and B tier have really balanced out. C tier is a little underutilized currently. That's all right. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Now let's rank Melancholy. We're not going to rank any multiplayer cards for this video. Melancholy. 13 block and reduce the cost when anyone dies. Now, anyone means you or your friends in multiplayer. It means Asti. It also means any of the enemies in the fight. So in any multi-enemy fight or any fight where Asti is dying, this can quickly become 0 cost block for a ton, which is really nice. This can be a little hard to get going, but even if you're paying 3 for this, it can be worth it sometimes. Take it with Bone Shards. Yeah, it has really good synergy with Bone Shards. I like it quite a bit. I think you often want to skip this card, but I think it's also very good. I'm actually putting it in A tier. Putting it next to Grave Warden in A tier, because I think it's one of the better block options on Necro, and as aforementioned, block is something very premium on this character. Yeah, it's at its worst if you are investing in your summon a lot and trying not to get Asti killed ever. But if you're not doing that, then this actually is very good. And you can benefit a lot by deliberately letting Asti die once or twice. Good card to get off a skill potion, too. But yeah, very much depends on what your other block card options are. All right, No Escape. I like this card a lot. It's like a Catalyst, but for your Doom. Apply Doom plus more Doom for every 10 Doom already on the enemy, specifically 5 Doom for every 10 Doom. That is meaning that you effectively multiply the Doom by 1.5, and then also add 10. Which is great, right? This scales quadratically with itself as you play more copies of it, which is very powerful. Yeah, very, very powerful. Or actually, properly exponentially, not quadratically. Sorry. That said, is that enough to justify giving it a high ranking? I'm not sure. This can be a one-card solve for boss fights. Yeah, I think it might be high B. It doesn't do enough up front a lot of the time to make it A tier. Doom itself is a little bit troublesome sometimes. Is this a good clone target? I wouldn't say so. No, I think this is kind of a terrible clone target. Because if your hand is 5 no escapes, then you apply a whole bunch of Doom to the enemy. Even if they are dying, you didn't block at all, then they hit you, and then they die. So you're going to be tanking damage every turn if you have a deck of only no escape. I don't think that's very good. I'm putting it in B tier. We'll put it above. I'll put it at the top of B tier. I do like it a lot. But I don't think it's quite as good as some of the A tier stuff. If you have an established Doom deck, or if you're able to play this multiple times in quick succession, it's very good. And yeah, even if you had Shroud, it wouldn't be enough block. And the problem, of course, again, just on the topic of clone no escape. If you're cloning no escape, probably you're not drawing the Shroud in time either. Yeah, very nice Transfigure target. Or Hidden Gem target. If you can add replay to this card, it gets much stronger. Much, much stronger. Next up, Page Storm. You draw an ethereal card, draw a card. Notably a power that upgrades to cost 0, which I like a lot. Drawing more cards when you draw ethereal cards is kind of weird though, right? With ethereal cards, you got to play them or you lose them. So if you draw a ton of cards with ethereal cards, then you are going to lose some of them for sure. Yeah, it's a curse if you get it early. It's really funny against fights that add ethereal cards, like Dazes. This is really good against the Entomancer, because you'll just draw a card every time you draw a Dazed. It's really good against the Knights in Act 3, because you'll draw a card every time you draw a card, which is extremely funny. You just draw 10 every time. So it's a really good card against a couple specific fights, and it does work on Ascender's Bane. But notably is a curse initially, even if a 0-cost curse. I think for me that means it's at best in B tier. I do like what it does, but it is not offering an upfront effect very often, and a little bit slow to get going at times, plus the aforementioned awkwardness. That said, any power that draws cards is kind of inherently valuable. Are you going in B tier? I have no idea. Can be the bottom. Parse. Parse is ethereal and draws some cards. This one's a bit weird. In theory, this should be good. In practice, I find that this is rarely helpful. Yeah, kind of never want this, oddly enough. Yeah, souls can be better draw. Kind of a nice pick in Act 3. Yeah, Temu version of Skim. But typically, Necro is looking to spend all her energy on actually doing something. Which makes it rather situational. Doesn't seem to synergize that well with ethereal other stuff. As just mentioned, ethereal plus draw is sometimes a bit awkward. And this feels worse than Page Storm. I'm going to put this down in C tier. Next to Wisp. You and Wisp deserve each other, Parse. You're below Wisp. That's how I feel about you. You can live with all the other bad attacks. Imagine if it said retain instead of ethereal. Alright, pull from below. Damage for each ethereal card played this combat. This one's kind of weird. This can be a scaling engine. If you're able to play a large number of ethereal cards, usually you can't play that many ethereal cards, is the thing. But sometimes you can. And yeah, because it's a multi-hit effect, so it scales with your strength or lack thereof. Not good with friendship. But if you happen to have positive strength, it is good. I guess I could see putting this in low B. This could be another candidate for C tier, in my opinion, because of how many different things kind of ruin the pull from below. Yeah, you'll know when it's good tier. That should be a tier, right? Like, only good if you've got the thing. But like as a core plan, yeah. Why is this not an Asti attack? I'm gonna put it in a high C. We'll put it next to Haunt. But yeah, it can go hard. The problem is that it usually doesn't. But if it's good, you'll know. Yeah, if it's good, you'll know. If you've got lots of ethereal cards and you have no negative strength or some other way to buff the damage, or if you give it an enchantment like this with Vigorous is crazy good, right? If you give Vigorous 8 to this from the rock event, then it becomes insane. If you give it Sharp 3, it's pretty good. If you give it Momentum, it can be quite good. Only good when it's good, tier. Yeah. Only good when it's already good. All right, next, Putrefy. We mentioned that all of Necrobinder's cards apply 1 weaken. I think this is the only exception. This is the card that applies more than 1 weaken. Therefore, it's A tier. Great, good talk. Maybe even S, depending. I think it and Debilitate deserve each other, actually. We're going to put it right next to Debilitate, because it's the Debilitate card. The fact that it's only 2 makes it a little bit sad. The upgrade for 3 duration is quite nice. So it's definitely a good card to have multiple copies of. It also applies 2 separate debuffs for Sleight of Flesh, which is going to be a card we're ranking highly. Spoilers. Rattle's another you'll know when it's good card. It is, yeah. Asti hits once per other time he's attacked this turn. Upgrades for a bit more damage per hit. I think key thing to recognize with Rattle is that Asti only needs to attack 1 other time to make Rattle pretty good. And that for me puts Rattle in a relatively high tier. I think Rattle has a very high top end and honestly a fairly low bottom end. And part of the reason for that is that it has a guaranteed base value. Like, look at Rattle compared to Pull from Below, right? If you've played 0 ethereal cards, Pull from Below hits 0 times. If you've played 0 Asti attacks, Rattle hits 1 time. And that is the key difference here. This is a guaranteed 1 extra hit. And that makes it better. No, don't compare this to Finisher. Or rather, do compare it to Finisher, which, again, would hit 0 times if you played 0 attacks. But this hits 1 time. And that's better. So I'm putting this in B. It's not that good. I think it's better than High 5. I think it's better than Death March, too. Yeah, I'm going to put it here. It's very, very good with Calcify, too. It's great with Fetch. Very good with Fetch. Very good with Snap. Good with Poke. Nice with High 5. It definitely can go hard. How about a right-hand hand? That's another thing that can combo with it, by the way, is right-hand hand. 0 cost, Asti deals 4. When you play a card costing 2 or more, return this to your hand from the discard pile. Upgrades to do 2 more damage. This card does have a lot of synergies and combos. Absent those, it's pretty weak. That's my core problem with this card, is that what it does is not very strong. It's 4 damage, and then you get to do that maybe a few more times. Yeah, you don't really want to draw this card is the problem. Now, this card can get really good if you're able to return it to your hand more consistently, like if you're able to activate the effect a lot by playing 2 cost cards. Normally, Borrowed Time would be a good way to do that, but then the Borrowed Time makes it cost 1, so it's quite awkward there. Yeah, it's awkward with Flatten, because you don't know what order to play them in. If you have Calcify, I think this is great, and if you don't have Calcify, then I kind of hate it. So that is another, like, it's good when it's good card. I'm going to put it in C tier, next to Scourge. Scourge. Yeah, not bad. Severance. Severance is an interesting card. Deal 13 damage for 2 cost, which is way below curve, but then put a soul in your draw pile and your hand and your discard pile. So 3 souls would usually be 3 draw, but because one of them goes into your hand, it's actually 4 draw. This draws 4 cards. Why does it draw 4 cards? That's a lot of cards. The fact that it's attached to the 2-cost attack can be a bit awkward. It can also work in your favor. Again, with Necrobinder's numerous interactions with 2 or more cost cards. Does just enough damage to be allowable to take in the early game, and can help you build into souls. I don't think it's amazing, but I do think it's solid. I'm going to put this along with the other B-tier decent attacks. We'll put it next to Defile and Reeve. I'll put it above Defile, actually. I like it more than Defile. Predator's big brother that does less damage than Predator. The upgrade is +5, which is very helpful. Yeah, so it really hits quite a lot harder if you give it an upgrade. So I think it's solid. It's definitely good enough in the early game, especially in Overgrowth. Not incredible, though. Next up, Shroud. Whenever you apply Doom, gain block. 2 block specifically, upgrades to 3 block. I like what this card does, but in practice, the amount of block is not that much. It's really good if you apply Doom to every enemy with Deathbringer or Negative Pulse, because then you get block per enemy. It's a nice trickle of block with Countdown, but it's not on its own doing that much, such that I don't think it's going to be a high-ranked card. Probably A tier here. Or rather, probably B tier here. Yeah, B tier. I'll put it next to Calcify. Maybe above Calcify. Yeah, it's so much work for 2 block. If it gave 1 more block, I'd feel a lot more excited about it. There are a couple of cards that go especially ridiculous with it. Which we'll, I guess, talk about later. And that might be why it's only 2 block, is because of those other better cards, but it's not quite as good as it feels like I want it to be. Sikkim. Asti deals 5 damage. Whenever Asti hits the enemy this turn, summon 3. Upgrades to 1 more damage and 1 more summon per hit. This can be a ludicrous amount of summon. In theory, the best summon card. In practice, quite hard to make it work. Yeah, Sick 'em with replay is very good. I think with this was originally 2 summon and 4 on the upgrade, or 3 on the upgrade. That version of the card was C tier. This might be another B tier ranked card. Very good with Dredge. Very good with Fetch. Goes pretty hard with Rattle. I think I was told it works the good way with Rattle. You get summon per hit on Rattle, which is very strong. I'm going to put it in B tier, I guess. I could see putting this in C tier. It despite the high numbers on the card, it seems to underperform in practice. But it does have, in theory, a really high top end. If only it worked like Talk to the Hand. Oh, man. If only it worked like Talk to the Hand. Sleight of Flesh. When you apply a debuff to an enemy, they take 9 damage. This is a 2-cost power, very expensive, but the number on this card is ridiculous. Necro has a lot of debuffs she can apply. Doom is a debuff, especially. Weaken and Vulner debuffs. Debilitate is itself a debuff. And that adds up to a lot of damage very quickly. More than any other card, Sleight of Flesh enables Necrobinder to kill stuff really fast and is one of the go-to strategies for dealing with the 500 health endgame bosses and taking out their health pool. Absolutely bonkers card. Top of S tier. I called this out very early on as one of the cards that I most expected to see nerfed in this game, and it has not gotten nerfed yet. I don't know why, but I still think it will at some point. I'm just waiting patiently. Just waiting patiently. But yeah, very, very top of the tier in S. One of the best cards in the whole game. Would be good on any character, honestly. Not sure how you nerf it. It just needs a smaller number. It could be like 7 upgrades to 10, and it would still be quite good. Just needs a smaller number. That's all. All right, 2 uncommon cards left. One of which is Spire, a retaining card that summons 3 and heals Asti for 5. And upgrades for 2 more on each. So a couple things to shout out to Spire here. So it's like super summon, but you only get really good value out of this if Asti took damage without dying. So you have to summon on Asti, have him take damage, and then be able to heal him back. In a deck with a lot of summon, this is incredible. And the upgrade is especially incredible because the upgrade gives 2 more summon and 2 more heal, which is effectively 1 upgrade for +4 summon on 1 card, which is unheard of, right? Afterlife only gets +3, Bodyguard only gets +2. This is a crazy good card. Yeah, that's an entire pull aggro worth of damage mitigation. And having retain automatically. I don't know. I don't think this card actually needs retain. For me, this is an A tier ranking. I don't think it's the top of A tier, but it's definitely one of the better summon cards and a great way to help build Asti. I'm going to put it above Melancholy. And lastly, and possibly also leastly, is Veil Piercer. 10 damage, and your next ethereal card is 0 cost. There are some pretty good ethereal cards. With the main one being Domain as the best target to get into play with Veil Piercer. You can also use Sculpting Strike to make another card ethereal and then play that, but most of the ethereal cards on this character cost 1, and so this is, at best, just dealing 10 damage for 0 energy. Which is not great. I don't like it very much. Notably, the effect does carry over from turn to turn, so you can use this to transfer over some energy into a future turn. The other problem I'm having with this is that it's kind of hard to keep the effect for the card that you want, or the turn that you want, because ethereal cards, by definition, you either have to play them or lose them. So typically, you're spending the effect of this on the first ethereal card you draw, regardless of whether it's the most expensive one that you have. But yeah, nice with replay, I guess. I think for me, this goes down in C tier with the other kind of bad attacks. Put it below Sculpting Strike. They deserve each other down there. There's a Rube Goldberg series of shenanigans to become good. Not quite that bad, but yeah. All right, here's all of the single-player uncommon cards ranked. Let's just quickly look at our combined tier list of everything so far. Now we got to rank the rare cards, of which there are, I think, 25 rares to be ranked here. So let's get to it. Yeah, nothing in F tier currently. I don't think any of the addable Necrobinder cards are so unplayable as to be considered F. Yeah, I don't think Necro has any F tier cards. Could even argue for the removal of that tier, but I will be putting at least one card in there. And yeah, you'll be able to continually find these tier lists on the Untapped website. I'll have a permanent link that goes in the description of the video here. And I'll put a link below our live stream description too, once the permanent link is created. So yes, there will be a permanent way to access this, and it will continue to get updated as the game gets patched too. I'll continue to make updates to this. All right, let's get to it. Banshee's Cry. 9-cost card dealing 9 cost card is a little bit absurd. Deals massive damage to all enemies and costs 2 less for each ethereal card you play, with the upgrade making it 7 cost, meaning that you reasonably have to play 2 ethereal cards before you can play this. The cost to entry is high, but the effect of this card is obscene, and I really like this card overall. Combos extremely well with Lethality, which is itself an ethereal card, and then massively boosts the damage of the Banshee's Cry. This one goes into S tier for me. I think it's quite incredible. And definitely a card you can build around. It's not an always take, but when you can take it, it's ridiculously good. Absolutely ridiculous. Next up will be Call of the Void. Start your turn, add a random card into your hand, and make it ethereal. And this is random card generation with all of the upsides and none of the downsides, right? So you get an additional card every turn, which gives you an additional. It's like draw 1, except it's making a new card, and that new card is allowed to be a power. So this can make you powers. This can make friendship. This can make domain. This can make more Call of the Void. This can make a lot of stuff that allows you to essentially just keep scaling upward. It's like creative AI in a sense. And then usually the downside of card generation is that your deck gets clogged with the generated cards. But because the cards created are ethereal, if you don't play them, they simply exhaust immediately. And so this card is cracked. This is another card that's going right into S tier here. Spoiler, a lot of the rares are going to be very variable in their rankings. So this is going into S. I'm actually going to put that above Banshee's Cry as one of the best cards on the character. And yes, goes very cool with the new Eidolon. Domain. Insane in the Domain. An ethereal 3-cost power that says every turn, draw 1 card, gain 1 energy. That's a crazy amount of power. That's like you're playing on a lower difficulty level by having 1 draw, 1 card. Although the upfront cost is expensive, you can reduce that cost by upgrading it, which makes it a really nice upgrade. Having one domain in play makes fights so much easier. Having two domains in play usually just means you win. So this is another S tier power for me. I think even higher than Call of the Void. Domain is very, very, very good. You can cheat it into play with Veil Piercer, which is cute. Not always worth it, but cute. And yeah, very good to get with a power potion especially. You can get it for free in any way, shape, or form. It's great. Yeah, but then you have a Veil Piercer, so how is life really going? Yeah, all rares in S tier so far, but now we're ranking Devour Life, and spoiler alert, Devour Life is not going into S tier. Devour Life says, whenever you play a soul, summon. Thought this card was very good in the initial early access launch of the game. Now it is kind of not, as playing a lot of souls is both hard to actually achieve, as well as punished by a number of enemies. Now that souls are kind of weak as a archetype, I think it's going down in C, maybe even D tier, but I think probably C tier. What it does is very strong when it works. So we'll put it in the when it's good, it's good. I like it more than Haunt, right? We'll rank it above Haunt. But you know when it's good tier, the C tier. How do I rank Eidolon, though? This card got reworked fairly recently. Used to be exhaust all cards in your hand. Now it says play every ethereal card in the exhaust pile, which is a pretty cool effect. So that's any ethereal card that you didn't play and it exhausted, any ethereal card that exhausts when you play it, like Apparitions, or anything you applied ethereal to with Sculpting Strike and then exhausted, or summon with Call of the Void and then exhausted. Quite strong. This can be a win condition of sorts. Can be absolutely cracked. Can also be kind of useless. I think it's hard to rank this, which I think means it's going in B tier alongside something like No Escape. When it's good, it's very, very good, but it requires a lot of setup to be good. So I think I'm putting it in B. This will not put Dazed or Ascender's Bane back into the discard pile. This will restore any cards that don't exhaust when you play them. So if you allow Defy to exhaust and then Eidolon plays Defy, the Defy goes into your discard pile. But cards that are unplayable don't get pulled. So yeah, your Ascender's Bane and your Dazed are safe in the exhaust pile. They won't come back. The older version, I'd probably rank like C tier, the one that exhausts your hand. It's got some utility, but it's very awkward to use. Like Fiend Fire that does no damage. End of Days. Apply Doom to all enemies and then kill any enemy that has at least as much Doom as it has health. This is a very cool card. Very good front load. I could see putting this in S as well, actually. This thing is cracked. One of the best targets for the Electric Shrimp from Ouroboros, which lets you just play it immediately on turn 1. All Act 1 and 2, this will instantly kill most enemies in multi-enemy fights when you play it. Yeah, very S tier for early game. Less so the further you get in. But it can also be a way to finish off any fight that you've been building up Doom against. But yeah, I think it's probably Necrobinder's best area damage card. I'll put it in lowish S. I'm going to put it below Delay. I think it's good, but not giga fantastic or anything. All right, next up is Eradicate. Retaining X cost card that says deal 11 damage X times, with the upgrade hitting 3 more times. This can definitely be a win con for the right deck. A very high damage attack that you can multiply with lethality, you can stack energy to make it better, you can enchant it to make it better. It's pretty solid. The fact that it has retain makes it a lot easier to use. Hilarious with Ice Cream, too. This is either high A or low S. I think we'll put it in low S. Very good with pen nib, especially. There's a lot of ways to build around Eradicate and make it particularly good. Very good with Transfigure as well, which we'll be talking about soon. Kind of weird with Friendship, because you get more hits but less damage per hit. Good reason to upgrade your Friendship if you have it. And yeah, this can be an Aeon Glass answer, which is already kind of worthy. Next up is going to be Hang. This one might be a bit divisive. Hang does damage and then doubles the damage dealt by all Hang cards to this enemy. Kind of like Claw, except instead of scaling linearly, it scales exponentially, which is very strong. Very, very strong. Can be a little bit slow. Can also be a one-card boss solution. A little tough to evaluate it. Notably, Hang applies a debuff, so its effect is blocked by Artifact and does activate Sleight of Flesh. I think this is a good card. It's definitely not an S tier rare, but it might be A tier for me. It's a meme card, but it can also win. Yeah, Claw, but if it was good. Because it is good. I'm going to put it low A. Very good with the Lamp. True, because the Lamp will quadruple the damage on the first application. All right, next up is Misery. Deal damage, apply any debuffs on the enemy to all other enemies. Upgrades to do more damage and has Retain. Misery is a bit interesting. It's got a few niche uses, but not that many in my opinion. A lot of Necro's debuff cards debuff multiple enemies already, like Deathbringer, End of Days, Negative Pulse. You can use it with those to stack even more debuffs on one enemy. Yeah, very, very good in multiplayer. I can see that. Most of the time in single player, it's just a 0 cost to deal 7 damage attack, which is not that good. I haven't been very impressed with it. I think for me it's low B. Put it next to Drain Power. Yeah, the only Act 3 boss fight this works in is the Queen fight. It can be quite nice in Queen. But if you're not in the Queen fight, it's not doing anything in Act 3. It works in the Knights fight, too, I guess. So it does have some Act 3 relevance, but not very much. I'm not a huge fan. Let's rank Necro Mastery. Summon 5, upgrades to summon 8. And you say, whenever Asti loses health, all enemies lose that much health as well. Oh, we were on the topic of funny clone targets recently. This is a funny clone target because the effect stacks. If you play 2 copies of Necromastery, then when Asti loses health, you'll deal double that much damage to the enemies. If you play 3 copies of Necromastery, then you'll deal triple that much damage to the enemies when Asti loses health, so on and so forth. So if you get a lot of copies of this card in play, then you can do massive reflected damage from Asti, which is extremely funny. It's a nice way to get area damage. I don't think it's that strong on its own, but maybe A tier. We'll put it next to Countdown. I think it's at least as good as Countdown. Just Thorns, but for Asti, it's AoE Thorns for Asti. And it's Thorns that scales with the enemy damage. That's 2 things worth pointing out, right? Thorns is normally a fixed amount of damage to the enemy that hit you. This is scaling amount of damage to every enemy. So it's AoE Reflect, which is a lot better than Thorns. Although it doesn't work on stuff you block, sadly. Neuro Surge. This card's really funny. Gain 3 energy and draw 2 cards, but then every turn, doom yourself. And upgrades to give you 1 more energy. This card is very strong. It's like Offering for Necrobinder, but it's kind of an inverse Offering. It is no cost in fights that are short, when the doom is not going to exceed your health. But you might have to skip it in long boss fights. I've found that you can't always get away with playing this in the boss fight. It's a power, oddly enough. Why is it a power is a good question. Because of the ongoing effect that applies to you, I suppose. Very notably, applying Doom to yourself does activate Death's Door, as well as Shroud. So you can actually benefit from the self-doom. This one goes in S for being an incredible way to get more energy. Right up to the very top here. Put it next to Domain. I think it's one of the best cards on the character. It's not a card to play in every fight, but it is a really good card that is very often very strong. And speaking of a really good card that is very often very strong, so is Oblivion. I think Oblivion is the reason that Shroud has a small number on it. Because Oblivion is a 0-cost card that says, when you play a card this turn, apply Doom to the enemy. And this is basically pouring gasoline all over a deck that has Shroud or Sleight of Flesh. Every time you play a card, you're going to activate Sleight of Flesh and do upwards of 10 damage, which is redonkulous. This card is redonkulous. That's in addition, of course, to the Doom you're already applying. If you can spam a lot of cards like Souls, it's fantastic, but even if you can only play 3 or 4 cards, it's still very good. So this is another one that goes in S for me. I think Oblivion is absurd. Yeah, this shouldn't exist in the same character as Sleight of Flesh. Broadly agree. I'll put it right next to End of Days. Oh, doesn't want to rank. My ranking broken? I might have to refresh my page here. Oh no, it's broken. My rankings. My rankings have broken. Let me try restarting my browser here. Add that to the blooper reel. Yeah, one momento here. I'll fix it. Oh, there we go. Okay. Great. Here we go. We got it back. Okay. I have fixed it. I have fixed it. Okay, so Oblivion going to S tier. That's what we said. Next up is going to be Reanimate here. 3-cost card that summons 20, upgrades to summon 25. This card's kind of silly. If you're doing the summon thing, then this is one of the best ways to get summon. It's incredible with the Shrimp that plays it automatically at sort of combat. I don't know that it's like automatically super good. A lot of the times if you're spending your whole turn playing this, you're going to lose a lot of that summon to enemy damage. And if you don't have a proper way to exploit the summon, then it's not that good. It is good even if you're not doing the summon thing, but it's not always great. I think I'm going to put it in A tier. High A tier. But I'm going to keep it out of S tier. The man, but for Necrobinder. That's true, actually. Well, but it's 3 costs, though. The man is only 2 costs. Strange Impervious. But yeah, if you can play this for free in any way, shape, or form, then it is incredible. Totally correct. Reaper Form. 3-cost card that says whenever your attacks deal damage, apply that much doom. I've come to appreciate this more as a damage scaling mechanism for bosses. It kind of makes you do double damage. Yeah, it's a boss solution. And the fact that you can upgrade it to retain makes it a lot more playable in those boss fights, but 3-cost is tough. It's not a card that's good all the time, or even all that often. Yeah, kind of a win more card. Really good for activating Sleight of Flesh. I think it stays out of the low tier, but I'm going to put it in B tier, top of B tier. We might have to drop some B tier cards down to C. I could see dropping, like, Page Storm, especially. Sacrifice. Is that the only power with a retain upgrade? That's a good question. I feel like it might be. I feel like it might be. Sacrifice is a retaining card. If Osti's alive, he dies and you get block equal to double his max health. This one's weird. I have problems with this card, personally. Sacrifice for me is only useful if you are summoning Osti, and Osti loses some of that health, and then you need to block for a bunch. That's a bunch of steps. You have to wipe out all your summon investments. Can be nice for to buy you one more turn against a boss. It's a really good way to to block for the final turn in a deck with Doom, perhaps. But I found it to be really inconsistent, really unreliable. Yeah, this for me is in C tier. This I'm rarely taking, rarely wanting. I'll put it below the powers. Decent if you don't need Unleash anymore. Yeah. Seance. Transform a card in our draw pile into a soul, with the upgrade making it 0 cost. This is one of the few ways to get an ethereal 0 cost card, which is quite nice with things like Banshee's Cry. This is deck thinning. You transform a card so you can get rid of curses, statuses, anything like that. The lack of immediate effect does make this a little bit less useful. So I don't think I want to put it in S tier. I think it's very good for thinning your deck. I'm going to put it in A tier. Put it above the other soul cards. Yeah, I'll put it right above Dirge. That feels right to me. Getting grouped there. It's like a better cleanse. Yeah, it's a better cleanse. Definitely is. It's definitely ranked higher than cleanse. Sentry mode. 2-cost power that says start a turn, add a Sweeping Gaze into your hand. Sweeping Gaze is a 0-cost ethereal Osti attack. So interestingly enough, Sentry mode has synergy with both ethereal cards and Osti cards. And then special interaction with Eidolon, actually. Yeah, it's got a bunch of weird synergies. And if you've got those weird synergies going, then it's good. Face value is 10 damage to a random enemy every turn, which is fine, but not exciting. It does feel squeeze. Yes, this does boost the damage to squeeze every turn. That's true. We're going to talk about squeeze. I think this is B tier. We'll put it right below Reaper Form as a way to get damage per turn that also has a bunch of cool synergies that you can use. Works with Flatten, works with Rattle, works with Sick'em, works with a lot of stuff. Works with Calcify. But its base effect isn't strong enough to make it a high tier card. I do like that the cost reduction upgrade that it has. Kind of comparable to Infinite Blades. If Infinite Blades did a lot more damage and synergized with more than just Shiv cards. Kind of cool, actually. Shared Fate. Lose 2 strength, and the enemy loses 2 strength. Permanent strength reduction on enemies is very good. Upgrades to 1 more as well. It's like disarm. Except you also lose strength. This is the other reason that a lot of attacks on Necrobinder are not that good, because Shared Fate is really good. Removing strength off the enemy sets them back by quite a bit, and especially if they're a multi-attacking enemy, that can be huge. Like, this is very good against the Queen, pretty good against the test subject, and useful in a wide variety of other places. Entomancer gets completely shut down. Prism gets shut down. Really good against Prism, actually. Clone Shared Fate. I bet it's a very funny way to win. Yes, that sounds funny. I think this is low S for me, right next to Enfeebling Touch. Right, these strength down cards are very nice. A lot of rares in S tier for Necro, as you might expect. Soulstorm. Soulstorm got a buff not too recently. Used to be, I think, 9 damage plus 2 per soul. Now it's plus 4 per soul, with the upgrade being plus 6 per soul. So the damage of Soulstorm gets very big very fast. Somehow, despite that, it's still not very exciting because of the aforementioned bad state of souls overall. So I think Soulstorm is not that good. So it'd feel more reasonable as an uncommon. As a rare, it suffers mainly from being up against much better cards. I'm going to put it down in C tier. I think it's good, but not great. Despite the buff. Yeah, souls have just gotten worse and worse. That's tough. So down to C for you, Soulstorm. Even though you are, in theory, strong in practice, you're kind of awkward. But the right deck can still utilize it well. If you're generating a lot of souls and you're able to cycle back to this quickly, it will be massive damage. But yeah, C tier for me. Easier to use Death March, I think. Yeah, Death March is more damage per soul, but resets every turn. Soulstorm is permanent. Spirit of Ash. When you play an ethereal card, gain 4 block. Upgrades to gain 5 block. Actually, something I'll say about souls real quick. Part of the problem is current enemies that are in the specific version of Act 2 and Act 3 when it comes to souls. Eventually, down the road, we're going to see an alternate version of Act 2 and an alternate version of Act 3. And if those don't also have enemies that punish souls, then soul builds will get better overall when Alt Act 2 and Alt Act 3 are added. But who knows what those are going to look like? We don't know yet. So, Spirit of Ash gives you block per ethereal card you play. 4 upgrades to 5. I wish the upgrade was a little bit better, but overall this can be a very nice way to get a lot of block on Necrobinder. If you've got a lot of ethereal cards. Very good against the 3 guys in Act 3. I think I'm putting this in A tier. It's good, but not super duper incredible good. I'm going to put it below lethality. Yeah, good, but not super duper duper good. Just good. What is super duper duper good, though, is Squeeze. This card's crazy. 3 cost attack that says Asti deals 25 damage, and then 5 more damage for every other Asti attack. So you always have Unleash, meaning this is always at least 30 damage for 3 energy. And every Asti attack that you have, meaning every Asti attack in your draw pile, discard pile, hand, and exhaust pile counts. So temporary Asti attacks created by Sentry Mode count. Temporary Asti attacks from Attack Potion count. And this card gets kind of ridiculous kind of quickly. Clone Squeeze is especially fun. I've yet to have that run, but I hope that I get to someday. But the sheer damage potential of this card, especially combined with something like Lethality, means that this is going into the S tier for me. Probably right next to Eradicate. Put it above Eradicate. Yeah, one-shot everything. Anything you make with Call of the Void, even if that card then exhausted, still counts for Squeeze. So yeah, pretty cracked. Pretty cracked. The big squeeze. Nextly is the Scythe. Scythe says, deal 13 damage, permanently increase this card's damage by 4. That is 4. Upgrades to 1 more permanent damage up. This card is very strong if you get it early. I wouldn't say it's necessarily game-winning on its own, but you can scale this very high to do massive damage. If you can replay this card with Transfigure or some other effects, you can scale it more times in one fight, which is very silly as well. Yeah, this is in Hang territory for you. I could definitely see ranking this alongside Hang. I think it's good, but not so good that it is a must-take if you see it. But I think it's good. I'm putting it in A tier. I could even see putting this in B, depending on your specific experience with it. I'll put it just above Hang. All right, just a few cards left. Time's up. Deal damage equal to the enemy's doom. And then upgrades to retain. Deal damage to the enemy's doom. Like to think of this as a double your doom card. That's in effect what this does. And then if you have Reaper form, it's triple your doom, which is quite strong. The fact that it retains means you can use it as a finisher. So I like this as a damage scaling option for a deck with doom. Yeah, good way to kill off Aeon Glass. Can also scale with lethality. But it is one-time use only, which is a little bit of a problem. I do like it, though. I think A tier for this. We'll put it below Hang. The problem is that it is often useless. I could actually also see putting it in high B tier for the same reason, like right next to Reaper Form. Maybe that's more reasonable, actually. They have similar applications. Let's put it just above Reaper Form. It's cheaper than Reaper Form. That overpopulated B tier. Although it's not that overpopulated. There's almost the same number of cards in A. I'm actually kind of liking our distribution currently. The cheaper form than the Reaper Form. All right, Transfigure. Transfigure adds replay to a card in your hand and makes it cost 1 more. Pretty cool card. Goes really hard with Dance Macabre, especially, because the replay will activate the Dance Macabre multiple times immediately. It's also very good on X cost cards, because they do not get their cost modified. The price that you have to pay up front is a little bit tough. The card gets replay for the whole fight, which means every time you see it, you get to benefit. Depending on the situation, I think this is either S tier or A tier. I feel like it might be an A tier card overall. It's good, but it doesn't, by definition, do anything itself, and so it needs to have a good target to work well. Why Necro only has 1 X cost card? What do you mean 1? We got more than 1. There are 2. There are 2. But yeah, I think A tier. I think high A tier. I'm gonna put it right next to Reanimate. It's great, but not universally great. It makes good cards better. It has some cool synergies, but it does require you to sacrifice some energy. And it does only work 1 time unless you upgrade it. With the upgrade, removing the exhaust. Upgraded Transfigure can go pretty hard. Yeah, I like it a lot. Lastly, but not leastly, Undeath. Gives you 7 block and then creates a copy of itself. Upgrades for more block. Very nice block card. Self-duplicating block is kind of cool. Undeath is especially useful with enchantments, just like Anger on Ironclad, because the enchantment text goes underneath the copy effect, so the card is copied before the enchantment activates. That makes this an extremely good target for the Swift 3 enchantment from Nonu that you get going into Act 3. So that can be disgustingly strong. Otherwise, it's just a self-duplicating 0-cost block card, which is, in and of itself, pretty valuable. Necrobinder has very few 0-cost cards. I'm going to stick it in A tier. Next to Dredge. Yeah, it's a block card you sometimes don't want to play. But that's fine, right? If you don't want to play it, that means it's probably not making any block for you. But it can clog your deck. That's the one downside. It's not a big downside, though. You're just clogging it with more free blocks, so that's nice. All right. There are a little bit more cards. That's all the rare cards ranked. All the single-player rare cards, that is. Nothing in F tier. Just a couple down in the doldrums of D tier. A handful of C tier cards, and then mostly A and B. That is the distribution we expect. But now let's, at the very end here, rank the ancient cards, of which there are 2 that the Necrobinder can access. Oh yeah, we should rank the starter cards, too. Let's do the basics first, actually. Maybe this would have been better to do at the very beginning, but we'll do them now. Starting with Bodyguard. It's your basic summon card. Notably, it's reusable as a summon card. It's actually a really good card. Bodyguard is shockingly good for a starting card. I don't think I'd put Bodyguard in S tier. I do think I might put it in A tier, though. It is notably better than Afterlife. So if Afterlife is a B tier card, I think Bodyguard is an A tier card. And Unleash, the starting attack that does damage based on your current health, I think is also going in A tier. Because it is a core scaling mechanism for a lot of decks. It's a relevant attack well into the late game. The upgrade is only +3, so you're rarely caring about the upgrade, but it's good. Yeah, why does Unleash exist in the starting deck? I think if anything is going to change about Necrobinder, I would like it to be how Unleash works. Or just the card Unleash. I do think Necrobinder's starting deck could use an adjustment. Partly because her starting cards are so good. Defend, meanwhile, is a block card. Block cards we do like, but it's not a good block card. We're going to put Defend down in C tier. Strike is the worst card on Necrobinder. No question. Strike is the one F tier card. Strike is trash, and you should get rid of it as quickly as you can. You almost never want Strike on this character. So that's where Strike is going, down in F. It's a curse, or worse. Yeah, it does less damage than strikes on other characters, usually because of friendship. Alright, lastly, but certainly not leastly, we'll rank the 2 ancient cards the Necrobinder can get. The Forgotten Grimoire you get from Darv, which is a power that says at the end of combat you can remove a card from your deck. I think you always get the upgraded version, so it is a 1-cost card that removes 1 card per combat. This thing is incredibly powerful. It's not an always click, though. I do want to caution that. You can use this to thin out all your crappy cards and have a super refined, super powerful deck. You can't get rid of the Grimoire itself, and it doesn't provide you an immediate output impact. So it's important to avoid this if you're in a situation where you cannot defeat the regular combats of the act you're about to go into without getting a bonus from your ancient reward. So if you really need energy or card draw or block or something, then this isn't going to give you that. And so you're going to have a bad time. But if you can take the Grimoire and still win fights, it's crazy good. We'll put it in S tier. And I have to say, that's probably where Protector is going as well. If Unleash is good, well, this card's better. It does more base damage. But more importantly, the damage is now equal to Osti's max health, not Osti's current health. So any point of summon that you create is going to add damage to Protector as long as you don't lose Osti. And then the upgrade makes it 0 cost, which is even better. A good 0 cost card on the Necrobinder, that is definitely S tier. So we'll put that in S as well. Yeah, I love the Protector. So both those ancient cards definitely going into the top tier of the Necrobinder. That gives us our full and total combined tier list, which you can see here. Seeing every card ranked all on one screen, all at the same time. Drink it in. There's your thumbnail or your capture or what have you. A permanent version of this tier list is going to be available on untapped.gg. There'll be a link to the permanent version of this in the description of this video, and that link will get updated as new patches are released for the game. So, although I can't go back in time and update this video, I can go back in time and update the tier list as patches come out, such that what you see will be reflective of the current state of the game. If you disagree with any of the rankings that I made in this video, feel free to tell me why in the comments below. How would you rank Grave Blast? Do you think it's the best card ever? Or is it indeed actually worse? Should it be an F tier? Let me know. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel to get more tier list videos like this recommended to you and to help us out here. We recently passed 100,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel. That means we're now on the road to 1 million subscribers. That's a lot of subs. So, get your name in there. What else to say here at the very end? Thank you so much for watching this video. If you made it all the way through, then you're awesome. It was a long slog through all these Necro cards. I hope you learned something. Maybe a card that you think more highly of now seeing how I rank it, or a card that maybe you've been taking a lot that I don't think so highly of. Either way, I hope it was helpful. Next time, we'll be ranking the uncommon relics from Spire 2. That's going to be our next ranking video as we work our way through the relics here. This is our last character tier list to do. We also have colorless cards to rank, so I guess that could be a separate one. All right. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you all on the flip side. Ta-ta. How's it going, Twitch chat? Thanks for hanging out through that. What's up, Haven the Raven? Gotta rank all the events. That could be an option, too. But yes, we have done it. We've ranked all the cards on Necro. Now we gotta actually play the video game. Imagine. Ranking the potions, that'll be something we have to do as well. Spoiler alert. Speed potion sucks. How would I feel about ranking the curses? Oh, that's fun. We'd have to establish a ranking criteria. Are the best curses the one that hurt you the most? Or are the best curses the one that hurt you the least? That's a fun idea. That is a fun idea. All right, we're going to swap things up here. We do have time to play the video game before we do some FTL in an hour or two. I should be able to get in 1, maybe 2 runs here. Tier list, where I rank all of the tier lists I've made based on how good I think they were. Meta, I like it. I like it. I like it. All right, do I want to do a challenge of sorts? I think I just want to play Silent here. Since we don't have that much time before FTL anyway. Because 2. FTL, no pause. We'll be later. Is it too much Necro to do the tier list challenge right away? I don't think it propagates immediately to the app, so I think I want to wait maybe one day. We can do the tier list challenge tomorrow, though. Although we're probably going to be reading off patch notes tomorrow. That'll be exciting. And Arsachetto, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. What's my favorite Necro build? I like spamming giant cards. So, like, Borrowed Time plus Reap plus, like, Bury and stuff. Just make tons of energy and play really big cards. Is my favorite Necro build at the moment. All right, chat. Next up, we're going to play some actual Spire 2. Strange concept, I know. Before that happens, I am going to refill the leg, stretch the water. When I return, we will slay. BRB. All right, chat, we are back. It is time for the Silent. Now that we've ranked all the Necrobinder cards, Necrobinder will be up to bat kind of soon, but I guess not right now because I'm playing this character instead. Query App says, after a discussion we were having in the Discord about toasty mittens, how much important do I think things like perceived strength matters in terms of card balance? I think it does matter a fair bit. I think that's why we have the current version of Bloodletting, and indeed the buffs they made to self-damage cards late in the cycle of Spire 1, I think is mostly the result of perceived card strength. Players perceived losing health as more of a downside than it was, and so didn't take cards as often as they maybe should, and the cards got rebalanced around that. So I think that's acknowledgement from the devs that perceived card balance is something that matters quite a bit. How do I perceive a good path through Act 1, though? That's my question. Looks like I'm not taking Dowsing Rod here. There's no reasonable path that hits enough rest sites to justify taking the curse here in the Meddlesome Overgrowth, where we're going to want to get some output and fast. I like the idea. Okay, here's the path I want. Get 2 late elites, plus early upgrade, plus some combats. And a shop, too. There's also upgrade, elite this way, but then no shop. I'd rather have the shop. That sounds to me like we're taking a relic to start. I think either one relic or one transform are both pretty good, but I'm leaning towards a relic here. And I do like relic starts because they can be quite unique depending on which relic you get. Oh, that's a really good one. That's a very good relic to get. So I'm guaranteeing that was better than transform. This says, start of each combat, put a random free card into your hand. That can be anything. It can be a power. It can be a card that normally costs 3 or more. It's nice. It's another card on turn 1, meaning we have 8 cards every turn 1 as well. I think with this, we're going to go for a couple of events as we progress through the act here. Seems like a good enough start. I could maybe have even been ambitious and gone for a 3rd elite fight based on getting the good relic. But I like the path that I selected. I like that we get a shop. I like that I get a speedster. Real talk, am I allowed to defend twice here? I don't think I am. Feels like a strike twice sort of hand. And even with that, we're not able to kill it before this attack goes off, so we do have to take 3 here. And then hopefully we kill it before it attacks us again. Yeah, we do. Okay, not horrible. We get a flex potion and maybe a predator for early damage. A flick flack if I want some AoE. I think we should take a damage card. And I think I'm going to make that damage card Predator. Fireworks, thanks for the Prime sub and 61 months. Even after all these months, still not bored of the Spire. That's what's so magical about it. The fact that the Spire always provides. That's an early Sword of Stone. It's good money into this shop, though. Tricky. Tricky. I think I want the money. It's going to be... we'd have to go for 3 elites to get this active in Act 2. Whereas this money reasonably turns into a relic this act. I want a relic this act. I also expect with the Vexing Puzzle Box we can probably... we can probably... save health in combats. Okay, so we effectively get nothing. That's alright. It could even be a power. That's what I said. How do we play this? I can do neutralize, strike this guy, kill it, and then predator the middle one. That brings it to 13 health. I draw all 7 cards. I can't kill it with 2 strikes, so I'd have to triple defend, and I would take 1 damage next turn. Or we could kill the back one, and then I never take damage next turn. Actually, that's probably smarter. Yeah, we also prevent the slime. Yeah, that's smarter. Just kill both small slimes. That's got to be the line here. Always triple defend here. We do get attacked again for 12, and we don't draw a full block, sadly. We do take a little bit of chip here. This could have been worse. We actually could have drawn no block on this turn and eaten a full 12 damage to the face. I could use the flex potion to save 2 health, but I think we can keep the potion. But that is a-okay. Great. Blade Dance? Blade Dance with a flex potion's not bad. It works with the Vexing puzzle box, potentially. And more importantly, the other 2 cards don't really do anything. So it's a Blade Dance or skip. Sounds to me like we just take a Blade Dance. I'm down. Blade Dance has fallen pretty far now that it only works 1 time per fight, but what if you get it free in Venom? How good is Blade Dance then? Could use Flex Potion to save 8 health here. That's a little tempting, actually. Feels really bad to use a potion in one of the opening 3 fights, but saving 8 health is saving 8 health. Yeah, we also have a number of combats before the next elite fight, so we're pretty likely to replenish this potion. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Okay, we instantly get a fire potion, so I feel pretty good about that. We're also offered Snake Bite. Do I actually take Snake Bite, though? Maybe I take a Dagger Spray, since we have physical attacks so far. Tough call, actually. I think I'll take a Snake Bite. It's a nice card to have. Don't think I ever take the dodge and roll there. Alright, I'm actually very happy that I used the potion, because I don't really want a spoils map this early in the act. That means we're losing 8 health and getting a potion. Great. We might be resting at this fire. We can upgrade here, though. And if I can only upgrade 1 card, it's probably Snake Bite. Yeah, it's Snake Bite. Okay. It's the guys. Again. Seems scary, but we have a really good turn 1 here. We can block with Untouchable, which lets us Snake Bite the snake. I think I want to kill the Strangler first, because it starts at a higher baseline of damage. I am also willing to use a potion in this fight. Does seem like a good time for the Radiant Tincture. Yeah, I'm gonna commit this as well. Because this turn is scary. But now I can play Predator plus Defend plus Strike plus Survivor. Yeah, that potion actually made quite a bit of a difference here. Take 1. Then we have a couple turns to kill this thing. It's annoying. Oh, nice. We have exact lethal thanks to the potion. Okay. Good job, potion. Yeah, that went very well. Ooh, expose. Remove artifact and block and apply vuln to the enemy. That goes kind of hard. Both with poison to remove artifact and with attacks to get vuln. Valorant Sky, thanks for 58 months of support. If I'm really scared, we could drop into the shop now, because we can already afford a relic and a potion if I want to buy another potion. Or I can brave 2 combats and then expect to rest, and then fight an elite. Sounds tough, but not impossible. Since I am definitely going to this shop later, I do prefer waiting. I'm going to try to wait. See if we can do 2 more combats here, starting with the dreaded double Nibbit. Once again, I've drawn Snakebite early, so there's no hope for you, Nibbit. You're doomed. Especially with a free Snakebite. I think I go for the turn 3 kill on the front Nibbit. Yeah. So let's expose this one. And Snakebite it. Yeah, because I was expecting a hand kind of like this. Next turn, you attack for 10. This one attacks for 16. It's taking 17 damage, so I need to hit it for 1 strike. No. 2 strikes to kill it, which means I'll be taking 5. Or I can play the Predator, but that means taking more damage now. I guess if that's damage I have to take anyway, then I should play the Predator to advance our draw. Let's do that. Okay. I was hoping I'd draw a Snakebite on this turn. At least we can stack some weaken here. Okay, we do get another potion. And more ways to get shivs. Hidden Daggers and Leading Strike are both pretty good. Hidden Daggers notably free, which Leading Strike is not. Let's try Hidden Daggers. It's a cool card to get offered early game here. I like it with Predator as well. We get the Popper as a relic, doing damage to every enemy at the start of combat. Okay, we're starting to stabilize. We have a lot of value built up now. Pretty sure we're making it to the shop. We even get a free footwork in this fight, which is kind of hype. Okay, there's the stinky debuff turn. Snakebite. And I just block for 24. Easy. Okay, good. I still think we want to rest here, since I would like to fight 2 elites, and 27 health might not be enough. Do we take a dagger throw? We could. We don't need to, but we could. Skewer any good in Spire 2? It's better now that they changed Mirage. Doesn't feel that good. Yeah, it mostly doesn't feel that good in this game. We don't have any AoE, but I don't really want this dagger spray. I said we're resting here. Bird. Alright, I will Strength Potion against the bird. 3 Expertise is cool. Draw 2 cards, get them Retain. Retain Survivor. That's kind of neat. Although, realistically, I am using Survivor nowish. Well, no, I can go defend, Hidden Daggers, keep their Survivor. Let's do that. Then I can Snakebite next turn. Yeah. I actually could have killed on this turn by using the Strike and the Fire Potion, too. But I'm hopeful that I can do this without the Fire Potion. Yeah, we just take 4, keep the Potion. That sounds good. Get a T-set for energy on turn 1 sometimes, and we get freaking Tracking. Okay, so we're an attack deck, for sure. Holy Tracking. And Snecko Skull. Cute. Okay, tracking in the deck means we want Sucker Punch. We said we don't have any AoE. I think that means we actually want Omni Slice here. Sling of Courage is pretty fun, too. Lots of good options. Yeah, what about Sling of Courage plus Omni Slice? Feels weird to not take the Sucker Punch, though. Master Strat, not bad either. I actually really want this Sling of Courage. Let's do it. Let's go Sling of Courage plus Omni Slice. We'll try to find another source of weaken. That might have been a mistake, but I am very happy with Omni Slice in this fight. Especially with 2 bonus strength. This would do 18. Do 7 plus 18. Plus 9. $34. Okay, so we would take 1 5 damage hit. I think we can just skip tracking, right? Yeah, we just do that. Skip tracking. Let it die to poison. Perfect. You'll love to see it. Easy. We get a Gorget, giving us 4 plating. More poison or more shivs. I don't know if I want infinite blades that much. It's not very good into Deer Boss either. I'm skipping. And I will be upgrading my neutralize. Oh, what a great turn to have 5 energy on. Incredible. Yeah, actually incredible draw here. We can Blade Dance, Hidden Daggers, Predator, Finisher, and Tracking. Or I can skip the Tracking and play both Strikes, and do even more with Finisher. Want Tracking down, though. Very nice. Definitely got to make sure we get our poison down. And now we want to burst damage, I think. Just kill it as quick as possible. Since our weaken and our vuln don't last that long. What happens if you get him below the stun threshold on turn 1? Then he isn't stunned immediately, but does get stunned as soon as you do any more damage on turn 2. We've only managed to do that one time, I think. Also, ow. It might just be correct to snakebite here. Probably I should neutralize. Because we can just hold on to the snakebite. Or can we? Yeah, we can. Can't play hidden daggers there without also discarding the snakebite, though. Not sure I thought that all the way through. Oh well. Could have used Fire Potion to save this health there, but I'd rather keep the potion into next act. GG. Lose a lot more health than I wanted to, but we're through, and we have a lot of resource with us. And we also have the Pyramid. The well-laid plans have been offered. Plans say, don't discard your hand, which is very good here. Especially since I can discard cards I want to with hidden daggers. Yes. Give me that card. And what's up, Ouroboros? Show me Regent cards? No, how about Suppress Plus? We're just bemoaning our lack of Weaken. How about I get way more Weaken? Seems kind of incredible. It's already upgraded, so that carries over. I am kind of curious what the Noble Glass would let us get in terms of a deck, but there's no way this is not the Tooth. Yeah, who needs to buy Sucker Punch? Suckers, that's who. It does seem to me that removing a strike is now a pretty good thing, though. So maybe getting to a merchant is worth it. Oh yeah, actually our real priority, though, is to dunk on all the elites while we can. So I'd like to fight 3 elites, if possible. Remember when I didn't take the Sword in the Stone? That feels silly now. Okay, realistically, that means fighting this elite, which I think I can do. What it doesn't do is give me any upgrades if I go that way. I can get a bunch of upgrades if I go for only 2 elites. We really want to upgrade well-laid plans. We really want to upgrade tracking. Okay, let's try to get upgrades then. Yeah, upgrades. I think that means going to this shop. Through this path. Do I think the Soldier Stew is too strong? That potion is ridiculous. Yeah, that potion is insane. When we rank the potions, that one's definitely going in the top tier. It's amongst the strongest, for sure. Oh, nice Cloak and Dagger. Okay, how much damage am I looking at here? 17, 23... plus... Shiv times 6. 23 plus 24. That is enough to kill the front guy. Let's kill the front guy. Die. In fact, I can even snakebite the other one. Win the fight on turn 1. Winning the fight on turn 1 seems pretty good. Leading Strike is here. We don't have any specific Shiv buffs at the moment, which makes me not really want Leading Strike. I don't feel like we need cards that aren't upgraded at this point. Unless they say Weaken. Maybe a Weaken card, but even that I don't really need. Hiya! get Predator here. Do I think the removal of the bottle relics from the first game was justified? Yes. I like that we now have the seal of approval instead, the royal seal. I think that is a better way to do that. How do I feel about pinpoint? It's not bad. Let's take a pinpoint. And I'll take my hidden daggers back as well. Don't think I need the weak potion, although it is quite nice. And at least not compared to the other better potions. The Hunter Killer. Thanks for the free adrenaline. Nice. Okay, we can go ham on turn 1 here. Get some good damage in. Not so much of a problem then. But this guy is pretty tough. And our shivs are very bad here. Strike next, then defend. Okay, and we really want to get tracking down. I think that means using our block potion this turn. Yeah, I think that's what that means. I'm cool with that. We're 18. Perfect. Okay, now we're at least doing bonus damage. This turn I should be able to pinpoint. Next turn we kill, I think. Need one more block? Okay. Okay, not too bad. Deflect I like a lot with Pyramid. Well, with no discard. The Pyramid card. We do prefer upgraded version of Deflect, but for now I think it's fine. Two more fights. The Louse. The Louse of Doom. Probably want to play Predator here. I need to draw into my Survivor to block next turn. Yeah, we do. Otherwise, ouch. Nah, still ouch. Unless perhaps I can kill it. Perhaps there's a way. Strike twice is better than Snakebite. If I strike, I do 9. Hidden Daggers would be another 12. So I'd have to use both Fire Potions. Don't think that's worth it. One Fire Potion is worth it, but not two. Snake Bite. Oh yeah, and you're getting block. Seems fine. Okay, we do get a potion. Touch of Insanity is a pretty strong potion, too. Making a card in our hand free for the combat. Kind of good on Snakebite or on Predator. Might just prefer 20 damage, though. Do well-laid plans is OP? It might be. It might need to just cost one more energy. I don't think it would be OP if it cost one more. Predator is nice. Can I just kill this thing on turn 1? Kinda looks like I can. Sure can. Okay, well that's good. This is not good, however. Ow. Ow, my entire face. Okay, one fire pot gets us out of here, though. That's worth it. Imagine if we used both of them in the last fight, and now we had none of them for this fight. Spicy. Oh, look at that. Mirage. Next turn, get 2 energy with a free plus on it. This is perfect with what we're doing, which is retaining our cards. Excellent. Now this deck wants some backflips. Give me backflip. Please and thank you. Actually, I want to upgrade tracking before well-laid plans. Hi. Fake merchant man thing person. I'm kind of down for 4 block on turn 1. Could have Snecko Pyramid. Yeah, I'll take the fake anchor. Thanks. That's all I want, though. Goodbye. Pantograph. Excellent. Healing for bosses. Yes. Big yes. Huge yes. I'm just gonna play all of this, because it does a lot of damage. Get him. Fire Potion saves 7 health. I'm gonna keep it. We get a real anchor. I love it. Back-to-back anchors, almost. Now we get 14 free block on turn 1. Having a prepared in the deck can help us discard cards we don't want to play, like Stinky Strikes. It also helps make Pinpoint easier to play. It's like Horncleat on turn 1. That's exactly what it's like. And we get quite a shop here. Some nice relics for sale. Eternal Feather in particular looks very nice for healing us quite a bit. Consider that this is basically a tent, currently. Right? Like, if you'd pog out about tent, then this is exactly tent, because it's a rest and an upgrade at every fire. So that's pretty good, actually. Might just buy that. I'm also tempted by the membership card, of course. We basically lose all our money to do that. So I can't buy anything other than like a strength potion. And then we essentially have double money next act, but there's not that much game left. So we might not get that much value. I'm going to buy the Eternal Feather here. Take that healing. Although with Pantograph, do I actually need it? Maybe not. Maybe not. But why not have 2 pentagraphs? Exactly. Why stop at 1? Okay, we're already blocking this guy. Actually, we have 18 block on turn 1 because of the Gorget. Didn't even think about that. Incredible. The Gorget. You get Snuckbit. Snorkboat. Past tense, of course. There's the backflip I wanted. Get in here. Block. Ooh, fan of knives. How appropriate. Wow. Look at this thing still coming in incredibly clutch. Freaking fan of knives. Or like dead a millipede. GG. Okay, we did not in fact need the Eternal Feather, I just realized. You know what I did just realize, though, is that with Pyramid, so to speak, this Anticipate card looks way better at helping us with the defensive side of things. Especially if it's upgraded for 4 decks for 1 turn. Yeah, let's get that upgraded right away. I like where this is headed. Discarded this turn. Okay, I'm going to try to kill Crusher first. I can make that a lot more damage, so let's keep that card. Darv offering us Pyramid incoming? It would still be tempting, is the thing. Yeah, it would still be quite tempting. Okay, these are not the draws I was hoping for, but here we are. This turn's going to be a little bit tough. Well, actually, we block for a lot, though, is the thing. And I can Snork Boat. But that was always going to happen because we didn't have enough damage to kill a claw before that turn, right? So, question is how the timing works out for us now. Okay, I need you to perish now. I think I'd like to play Predator soon. I'm not going to discard it here. Yeah, I'm going to play it on this turn. Along with... Well, I can't actually do much of value on this turn otherwise. Should have kept my Mirage. I'm just realizing. Hopefully we don't die here. Okay, good. We got to anticipate back. Excellent. Okay, now we should be fine. We lived this turn, we should be fine. It's not doing anything on this turn, which is why I didn't play Mirage there. Now we just want to dish out some damage. Could have maybe done Hidden Dagger's Memento Mori there. Let's use the Mirage now. Okay, I believe we're now okay. $31 plus 22. GG. We've done it. Kind of a tough fight, though, as you can see. Thankfully, we had a lot of health to spend. We're offered another tracking, which is pretty sweet. Could also take a real fan of knives. Give us some much appreciated area damage. I think we just take more tracking, though. All the tracking. Two new trackings, rather, equals one old tracking. Get some interesting offers here. Start combat with 20 block, retain our block. That's kind of spicy. Just infinite block on turn 1. That's good against Queen and Test Subject, actually. That is useful in a lot of these fights. I'm kind of a glam enjoyer. But I can also see slapping Swift 3 on some of these cards, like Well-Laid Plans and Mirage. And Expose would benefit really well from Swift 3. The block retain on Diadem is just one stack of Blur. You only retain block for one turn. That's a good question. Could go 4 elites if I take Diadem. I think that's one option. Take Diadem, go 4 elites. It's spicy. I'd like to get some other stuff done, though, yeah? Is Diadem bad now? It's different. It's not as ridiculous as before, but it is still quite good. Especially if your deck is damage heavy. Oh yeah, Swift on Suppress. Right, of course. Yeah, if I was putting Swift on cards, Suppress. Suppress and Well-Laid Plans and... like Expose or something. Or Mirage. Looks like we're looking for more top-end scaling based on what I'm seeing so far, so I want Glam. Which means we do want to take a number of combats. Means we'd better be doing well in fights. I'm going to go to this shop. Take pure combats. We want to get a lot of card rewards here. See how we do. Oh, look, I made a free tracking. Thank you, Puzzle Box. Great. Excellent. Simply perfect. How does Diadem work with Blur? If you play Blur when you already have stacks of Blur, then you add more turns of Blur that you will Blur for. So you'll Blur for another turn. Aw. Caw. Guess I'm just playing every card here. Seems likely. Get him. Poison. That's a lot of poison. guess the Bubble Bubble is kind of the same thing, but one cheaper. Except I have to play the other Snakebite first. The Anticipate's also pretty dang good here. Maybe I just take the Anticipate. This having an upgrade, though, is very tempting. Nah, give me the 20 poison card, surely. Surely. Alright, I'm just gonna kill this guy first, I think. Because I can. Blech. Oh my. Perhaps not my best choice, actually. Alright, kill him. Finisher plus with replay? That is big. That is a big card. The super duper finisher. The super duper poison. Get him. Wish I had real pyramid. Oh good, I've got real pyramid. Yes, the second hit is one more time. I was hoping that would be the case. Do 12 damage to all other enemies. Including this guy, who didn't exist until the moment the other guy died. That is how that works. It's kind of cool, actually. And then, shockingly, I can't even block this. Wait, actually, sort of can. Yeah, sort of. Play this. Oh no. That's pretty concerning. See, if we bubble, then pinpoint, then finisher, we don't kill. So I have to attack pot to kill. Yeah, alright, that's fine. Murder him. It. Murder the boss. Destroy it. Piercing Whale with replay. Is that good? I mean, it's a very strong block card. Yeah, you know what? Just give me that. Super duper Piercing Whale can remove artifacts twice, too, I guess, which is kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Yeah, it seems kind of cool. I should have hidden daggers there. Foolish. Ah. And then you're the real threat next turn, so double snakebite you. Actually, I have one more turn of them single attacking, right? I do. Ouch. Can't quite kill this one, sadly. Expose into strike does 1 damage too shy. I could Strength Potion to do that, actually. That's probably worth it, actually. We do get punched, but oh well. What's life without a little bit of punching? Backflip plus with replay. Now that's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. That is the kind of card we could use here. Excellent. Okay, and we're almost at our first heal site. Please don't steal my damage. Oh. Okay, now we kill this one. Cracking does not really help here because I'm not going to be able to make it weak. It's a bit annoying. All right. Get it. Kapow. Sucker punch with replay. There we go. Weaken. Give me more weaken. Maybe consider upgrading that. Yeah, please upgrade that. GG. Holy. Okay, we just got so much stronger, it's not even funny. This is not just a deck, but a deck that loves having the kunai. So we are obscenely strong, suddenly. I guess I'll fight this elite then, yeah? What's up, buds? Who needs Outbreak? Not me. Do you want to backflip twice here? Ah. Okay, perfect. Do I need to kill the Spectral Knight first? I kind of do, yeah? See how this fight feels if I can actually retain my cards. It's gonna do very much damage, so I can punch you as well. Or you. You. Okay. So we never get our cards made ethereal, which is very important here, because I intend to retain them. $18 damage strikes? Good lord. Yeah, Well-Laid Plans retains the whole hand. I'd like to reiterate that this change happened to fix a multiplayer bug. Not because they wanted the balance of the card to be this. It's a redesign that is necessitated by multiplayer. Snorkbolt. So I think if they find that the new version is overpowered, then it'll get tweaked. It's basically another Mirage Plus. Cute. Do I want basically another Mirage Plus? Don't think so. Alchemize is here. Cloak Clasp, just out of our price range. That would have been very good. Chemical X doesn't boost anything, so it's no good here. Don't hate the Rouge for Strength and Dex on turn 3. It's not too bad. We could also remove a strike and buy Ultimate Defend. What was the problem with well-laid plans in multiplayer? I actually don't know. Previously, it had to be a relatively serious bug, because prior to this, well-laid plans was actually not available in multiplayer. It was a single-player only card, presumably because of the bug. But I don't actually know what the bug was. But yeah, you weren't even allowed to get it in multiplayer prior to this change. But one of the core problems in multiplayer, you're allowed to unend your turn. That's part of the problem happening. Yeah, you can unend your turn in multiplayer. Yeah, weird UI difficulty. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll just take lipstick here. Makeup, whatever. You can put it on your lips if you want to. And I can block this if I want to. I'm getting a ton of healing, though, so do I need to? Not really. Oh, actually, I can remove your stuff with Snakebite. And the Powder Demise. That'll work. Snorkboat. There we go. We'll use Hidden Daggers to discard some burns here. Which is good because I can't block, apparently, so ouch. Take 2. Punch. Shivs do 14 damage. Pretty good. Strike's doing 24 is a bit more ridiculous, actually. GG. Adrenaline with Glam. Whoa. Now that is a card. That is a really good card. That might be one of the best cards I've ever seen, actually. Obscene. Give it upgrade. Upgrade it. Upgrade it. Upgrade it. No! Oh well. And we should keep taking fights for more glam cards. We've got to do it. Can probably discard that. Actually, no, wait. I should have just played it. I keep forgetting that I don't actually always have Pyramid up. Shocker, I know. Now this block pot seems more reasonable. Sure. Strangle with replay. Kind of cracked, actually. I like attacks with replay. We've skipped a couple. I'm going to take the Strangle, though. It's also 2 artifact removal. Not that that actually matters, because we're not fighting Aeon Glass. Get the Giga Adrenaline. Excellent. Show them the power. Gonna discard that Finale. I know it's fun, but I don't even think we're gonna get that far into the deck here. Oh, I should have played the Sucker Punch, though. But yeah, we just kill it before we even get to the bottom of the draw pile. Good. GG. We get a Power Potion and a Lantern. Infinite Blades plus with replay. So 2 shivs per turn every turn. With Kunai. Okay, sure. That sounds great. That sounds really good. And I'm going to upgrade Adrenaline with replay, because hell yeah, that's plus 2 energy. Oh my. It's not a bad turn 1 either. I think we just go ham on the Queen. Is Torchhead dead here? Do I even attack the Torchhead? That's my question. Draw 1. Oh, no, the answer is no. The answer is no. No, we don't. All right, so what's the correct order here? Expose first. Tracking. Oh, no, we want to Strangle quickly as well, right? Is it Sucker Punch, then Strangle, or Strangle, then Sucker Punch? Or Strangle, then Tracking, then... Oh, this is complicated. There's no time. Math. $18 times 6 with replay equals... Oh. Just needed 1 more. Oh, that's so much damage. The power. GG. All right, next up. This guy. We didn't even need the Infinite Blades in that fight. How sad. What does this fight need? More tracking, obviously. We'll Strangle first. Track it. Then do I Blade Dance? Yes. Okay, great time to get the Sucker Punch. Still haven't seen our well-laid plans, actually. Whale is nice here, because then I can go tracking, piercing whale, Sucker Punch. We do 150% more damage to enemies with weak. Boom. Okay. Ostro Hands, thanks for the Prime sub and 20 months of support. Stick is stupid. In a good way. Could get one more dex. I don't think that's worth it, though. No. Not weak. That is a problem, currently. You want to go defend, pinpoint, defend. It's kind of a weird order there. Can't play them all if I pinpoint first. Don't get dex if I pinpoint last. Have fun. All right, next turn draw, please. There's our finisher. There's the weaken. Okay, perfect. Punch. Then finisher is 22 times 8 damage. GG. Kapow. The well-laid plans gets there. With the tracking special. G freaking G. Oh, yes. So that was a very strong start, thanks to the puzzle blocks, of course, helping us out in many fights. Big shout out to making Fan of Knives in Decimillipede, especially, leading into a one-turn fight there. But it helped out in a whole bunch of fights. And then Glam from Nonu doing the usual, being silly. That was nice. Yeah, normally you'd ask, but does this kill Act 4? But you're pretty sure it would here. I'm pretty sure, too, if there was an Act 4. I mean, we don't have that much immediate block output, so it's possible we could get dunked in the first couple turns, fighting, say, the heart. But if that doesn't happen, then yeah, this is kind of free. Where'd the glam come from? One of the things you can get offered in Act 3 is this. Enchant all card rewards with glam. This comes from Nonu. Nonu Peppy. This lady here. So that'll give everything that you see in a card reward. Won't affect the shop, but every other card reward that you see will get affected. Because you get it at the start of Act 3, you are very unlikely to see a rare card with Glam, since there is no boss reward. But we did see Adrenaline with Glam, which was absolutely insane. So that was cool. All right, chat. I did promise that today we'd play some FTL Faster Than Light, hard, no pause. And as a run in that game can take a while, even if you're not pausing, I want to make sure we have enough time for that. So we're going to be switching games here and playing FTL Faster Than Light. If you've never heard of that game before, it's one of the OG indie roguelikes. It's actually one of the first games I ever streamed on this channel like 10 years ago or something. Yikes. From the people who made Into the Breach, if you've heard of that game. A very fantastic roguelike about piloting a starship. So we're going to be playing that in just a bit. Before that happens, though, I am going to refill the legs and stretch the water. When I return, I try my hand at hard no-pause FTL. I'll explain what's up when we start that. Be right back. All right, chat, we are back. And the time has arrived. The time to do something very classic. And kick open FTL faster than light. When was the last time I played this game? I don't even know. I have no idea. Oh yeah. There's those tunes. One of the first games you bought on Steam. I think this was my first roguelike, personally. It came out in 2012 from a little company called Subset Games. Originally just a tiny... tiny Kickstarter project. How much impact does pausing have on this game? A lot. A lot. Gives you time to think. It's like being able to pause and issue commands during a real-time strategy game while paused. The very first game in your Steam library. Yeah, that's quite some praise. There is indeed some crazy micro you can do in this game without pausing. You can do a lot of it even if you don't pause, actually. Like the hacking drone trick, where you sneak a hacking drone past an enemy defense drone. You don't need to pause to do that. Aaron L. Cheris, thanks for the Prime sub in the 2 months. I think I'm going to have to learn how to use hotkeys. That's going to be the big one here. In order to play without pausing, I'm going to have to use hotkeys correctly. Which I'm not practiced at. I guess we'll see how that goes. So, we're going to start a new game here. I think how I want this to work is that we're going to play the original ship, the Kestrel A, on our first run. And I will do a random ship every other attempt. That sounds about right. So, we're going to start on hard difficulty here. And again, playing under the restriction that I am not allowed to pause the game. I've rebound the pause key, so it's not on space. I'm probably going to instinctively hit the space bar a couple of times, but that won't pause the action. The action in combat will not pause, and will continue to play out in real time, so I'd better be able to deal with it. Because otherwise, it's going to end badly. And that is how I expect things to go, is to end badly. But we'll see. The data we carry is vital to the remaining Federation fleet. We'll need supplies for the journey, so make sure to explore each sector before moving on to the next, it says. So, this is our ship in FTL. The goal of FTL is to jump your ship through the nodes of a sector to reach the exit beacon and progress to the next sector. You have to do this 7 times to reach Sector 8. And then in Sector 8, there will be a boss fight that we have to win. And that's a run of FTL. It takes quite a while, actually, as there are a lot of things per jump, so to speak. There's just a lot of jumps during a run, so there'll be a lot of stuff to do. Let's see. Let's explain the basics of FTL here. You've never seen this game before. Our starship is split up into sections here. Each of these little sections is called a room that are connected by doors here, which we can even manually open or close if we want to. If a room has a symbol in it, that means that room is a system room. The major systems of the ship are the shields, which provides a shield bubble around the ship to protect from incoming fire, but not incoming enemy missiles. The engines, which provides evasion chance, allowing us to dodge incoming enemy shots, including missiles. The med bay, which can heal injured crew members that are inside it. The oxygen system that keeps oxygen throughout the ship. If the ship is deoxygenated for any reason, we'll need the O2 system to reoxygenate it. Otherwise, crew will start to asphyxiate, aka die. That would be bad. And lastly, the most important system on the ship probably are the weapons, which allow us to power up our Artemis missile launcher and our burst laser. The burst laser is one of the best weapons in the game. We'll probably keep it throughout the entire run. The Artemis is pretty crappy. It's just a dinky 2-damage missile. We have limited shots with it, so we won't be using it much, but we will need it sometimes. Let's see here. S, A, D, okay. Shift remove. Okay, I'll need some practice with the hotkeys. Weapons are more important than breathing. In combat they are, yes. You can hold your breath, but don't hold your fire, because the enemy will be firing back. All right. We have 3 crew members here. Let's name these after some chat members. If you would like to be a crew member in FTL, type !enter in the next 60 seconds, and you'll have a chance to be one of our delicious crew members. Wait, why did I say delicious? Am I a giant alien spider? Oblivion Guns, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Alright, that's already plenty of options. So I'm going to end it here and pick our winners. Alright, Blue Bacon, Lumigasm, and Sin Sage. You are the crew members on this ship. Great. All right, let's begin our journey here. We're just going to jump around the sector and explore beacons. Totally normal stuff. Yeah, and we're the bad guys in the game. Often, yes. Here we have an advanced rebel automated ship near a cache for military goods. This is great. This is a fight that we can win that can potentially give us a bonus reward, so we want to fight this thing. It looks like it has some kind of drone with it, which could be a little bit of a problem. We might need to use our missile launcher to take out its weapons here. Once I begin the combat, I won't be able to pause, so here goes. Yes, it does have a stinky drone, so we're going to try to get rid of that before it's a problem. Okay, good. We took 1 damage from that missile, but now we should be fine. Try to hit the evasion next so it can't avoid future shots from me. That means the next volley will guaranteed kill it. Pretty easy fight. We get 17 scrap, and then at the station we find 7 more scrap, and a lucky find here, a weapon called a pike beam. This is actually one of my favorite weapons in the game, so I'm really happy to get offered a free one here. It does have a long charge time of 16 seconds, but it's got a long beam attack that can hit the entire enemy ship. Beams are a little harder to use without pause, though. Peanuts, thanks for the Prime sub. Ever try the multiverse mod? Yes, I have tried multiverse. Pike Beam gives us a good reward for an early weapons upgrade, so we'll want to get some scrap together for that, potentially. But yeah, very lucky first node. Good start. The nearby planet shows no sign of habitation and great beauty. An automated planetary defense system is looping its message, Quarantine Level 5, in effect. There is a distress beacon here. This ship is not particularly well equipped for distress beacons, unless it's the guy trapped in an asteroid field. Guess I'll take a peek. Oh, it's a fight. It's a fake distress beacon. You dare. Okay, this ship has a very nasty drone. We're going to use another missile here to take out their weapons before bad things happen to us. There we go. Oh, the shields are down. Oh, no. Oh, I see. This could be one of the problems we're going to have. You go over here. Stop that thing. Okay. The ship explodes. Okay, so I panicked and had to use a missile. That's not too bad, though. What we did there is we opened the exterior doors of the ship, allowing all the oxygen inside the ship to vent into space. No oxygen means no fire. Now we can close the doors when there's no fire and re-oxygenate the ship. Then fix the damaged shields. But yeah, I'd say I ended up using one more missile than necessary because of the no-pause challenge there. So already feeling a bit of the heat, so to speak. Still don't have enough scrap for a meaningful system upgrade. Probably we're going to go to level 2 shields first. Let's keep peeking around. Get the exit from here. I should maybe jump around these nebula beacons, maybe. Yeah, probably. Okay, we'll do that. Unidentified ship is badly damaged and still being assaulted by a space pirate. So we can fight the pirate to save the victim here. And if we defeat them, we might get an additional reward, or we can just take the bribe here, which is fine, but not that good. I say we fight. They don't seem that dangerous. We just shoot their weapons and they won't be able to hurt us. They might get one good hit off, but it's only going to be one. Yeah, we lose our sensors. That's fine. Not a big deal. Not going to bother to fix that. Take out their piloting so they can't dodge the next shot. And then hit their shields. They offer a more generous bribe that mostly involves 5 missiles. If I really felt like I needed 5 missiles, we could take this, but I reject the offer. We'll take nothing. Yeah, the fight has a chance of giving a double reward, so it's well worth continuing. Okay, so it breaks apart. We just get 10 scrap. And another 16 scrap. Okay, so we get way more scrap for what we did there, which is well worth it. Yeah, well worth it. We're going to spend our first 50 scrap on upgrading to level 2 shields here. This will allow me to sink more power into the shields and absorb another hit before problems arise. This could also allow us to potentially get a good training session in if we find an early enemy with 2 lasers here in Sector 1. Be worth getting our evasion up. Do you get different rewards based on how you beat enemies? Yes, there's a different reward table for destroying the hull and for killing all the enemy crew. Those are the 2 ways to kill an enemy ship. Okay. Make sure you're at station. And let's jump here. The table for killing an enemy crew is better than the table for destroying the hull. So you'll get consistently better rewards if you take out the crew. Not a guaranteed better reward, but consistently better. Another distress bacon, huh? Let's go to this one. A refugee ship drifting in space. I don't remember what the potential downside of this one is. I feel like we could potentially lose a crew if I investigate here. That's not the worst thing in the world. This is not the giant alien spiders event. So this is a potential crew loss? Okay, I think maybe we ignore it then. There is the potential, I think, to gain a crew here as well. I'm going to ignore this one. I don't want to lose a crew. Consider not even going to the distress beacon. That's probably what I should have done. Yeah, if you thought Spire 2 events are punishing, this one takes it to a whole level. The events work in a similar way, except the events don't tell you what they do before you click on the thing, so that can be fun. And there's a Mantis here with a missile launcher. That's a little annoying. They at least don't have a teleporter. We'll use another missile here. That's why. Okay, theirs are down. Get everybody on this. This is why the weapons are the most important system on the ship. Is that you can't win the fight without the weapons. Okay. Looks like we have them. Okay, we got a substantial collection of scrap material. Why not fix the sensors? The sensors are working normally here. The reason they're not working is that we're in a nebula, and the nebula prevents the sensors from working. So it's simply space dust. That's all. I should have healed there. We arrive in the middle of a plasma storm. Ooh, this is tough. In a plasma storm, you have reduced system power. We're going to have to run without oxygen here. Oh, no. Actually, I should use the pike beam, but too late. We're definitely going to take a hit. Actually, we get them first. Never mind. Okay, power up the O2. Yeah, this is fine, actually. I think if we just keep shooting their weapons, they won't be able to do anything. What does no pause mean for this game? It means I cannot pause during these combats to initiate commands and take stock of the situation. Which normally you're allowed to do. 3 fuel and 4 missiles is a little tempting, actually. Yeah, I think I'm going to take their offer. I could use those secondary resources. It's possible we could get a better reward if we refuse there, but it's also possible to get worse. Whimsicality, thanks for the Prime sub and 4 months of support. And yeah, the game force pauses during dialogue screens. You can't avoid that. Alright, there we go. One more nebula beacon. Actually, let's get a point of power. Damaged Federation ship is hiding in the nebula. Where you have time to make contact with them, they fade into the nebula. I think there's a chance to get double rebel pursuit if I try to follow and help them. But I'm going to try to follow and help them. We get nothing. Nothing is fine. We like nothing. And then I'm just going to circle the exit. What does power do? Power is required for all systems. Every time you see a little green bar here in this interface, that's 1 point of power. Take possession of an enemy ship intact. I'll offer my services, but I think they'll refuse me. Yeah, we're not properly equipped for this mission. We need a teleporter. And let's explore one more beacon here. Should power up the shields, actually. Intervene to defend the outpost. Oh, they got a drone. Okay, that's annoying. Bomb could be a problem, actually. Okay. Actually, this drone could provide good training for us. Be nice if I had somebody on shields. Here, you go on shields. Every time they miss, that's training for our evasion. That's good. Acceptable. We get a double reward. Excellent. Those pompous bastards expected free service just because they defeated the Federation. Oh, interesting. And the exit beacon's being overtaken, but this beacon is not. So we want to go here, and then we'll have to escape through the exit. A so-called dive. Which means we want to upgrade the engines to have a reasonable chance of avoiding disaster here. Okay. I will have a chance to upgrade here, probably. No, not necessarily. I should upgrade now. Yeah, 2 more points into engines here. And hopefully we get enough for another point of power here. We'll have to delay our weapons upgrade a bit. Rebel AI ship. It's trying to get away. Okay. Let's prevent it from doing that. I'll fire a missile at it only if our first shot of lasers misses. Oh, I hit the drone. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, shoot the missile. That's one of those scammy moments there. Where it... it did it again! It blocked a shot from the laser with a drone. Twice. Twice in a row. That's incredible. Going for 3? Okay, we shut it down. Does it cost anything to jump? Yeah, 1 fuel per jump. Okay, good. Get a little bit of scrap. Unfortunately, not enough for another point of power. But we can hopefully escape by having all of our power in engines and shields. And let's man the shields as well. So here at the exit beacon, because the Rebel fleet has overcome this location, they have a super deadly elite enemy cruiser who has a teleporter. Oh dear. Teleporter is going to be a problem. Teleporter in a clone bay. Oh, no. Oh, we're in trouble here. Time to man doors. I don't have time to man doors, though. They're going to teleport onto the ship before I can do that. So I have to hold them in the med bay, I think. Oh, there's only one of them. Just have to be mindful of the missile and the anti-ship battery hitting something important. Okay, good dodge. Okay, that's fine. Alright, we're fine then. Everything is fine. Everything's not fine. Okay, jump. Abandoned sector, huh? I think actually Sector 2 Abandoned Sector is pretty good. It's kind of a scary sector, but I'm going here. Okay, and we have successfully evaded the Rebel Elite, although that did cost us like 5 points a hull. That was a little sketchy. Yeah, there's no Lanius bombers to worry about. I think those start appearing in Sector 5? Four, okay. Yeah, fix the hole in the ship. No suffocating. Is the title true? Yes, the title is true. I'm playing hard at no pause, which I've never won before. Can I do it? Until now. Small research station that's on fire. If we send in the crew, we could lose a crew. If we dock, we could take damage on the ship. I don't think I want to risk either of those things. Yeah, you need either a fire suppression system or a Rockman crew to get the good result here. We're going to let them suffer without help, because I'm not in a position to help. I'm sorry. Intruders on board. Oh, no, 4 of them. Okay, hold on. Maybe power that. Why are you not showing up? Okay, that's rude. Thanks for doing hull damage, jerks. Definitely got to respond quickly, though, when you're outnumbered on your own ship. That could mean loss of crew very quickly. So, retreat into the medbay and vent the ship is the usual go-to there. Okay. We don't need the medbay powered. Still don't have enough scrap to get more power. How unfortunate. I should really have refilled the O2 before I jumped. Okay, let's just wait until the O2 actually refills. And the interior doors, I think it'll go a little faster. Does venting the ship force the enemies to enter the medbay or die? They'll also die in the medbay, is the thing. Snow Eagle, thanks for the Prime sub in 20 months. If you vent the whole ship, including the medbay, then the medbay, a level 1 medbay heals you exactly as fast as you asphyxiate, so the medbay will keep your crew members alive as long as they're not taking other damage, but it won't heal the other guys. So every enemy on the ship will quickly suffocate, even if they are in the medbay. An unpleasant way to go, to be sure. Okay, let's jump. I want to think about a doors upgrade, given that we're in hard no pause. Come across a human ship preparing to leave the sector. We're getting out of here. There was some cult rambling about the spreading of this disease. Humanitis. Deadly humanitis. They forcefully boarded our ship and tried to open all airlocks, shouting, "Be purged. It's nowhere safe anymore." Evil humanitis. Alright, we have a location of a shop, which would be good if I had scrap. Currently, I don't have any scrap, so let's not go there. Alright, a fight. Passing Rebel patrol ship. Okay, this is a potential training fight. It's actually a super easy fight, right? Just got one dinky one-shot laser. Beautiful, and we level up. Alright, I think we should stick around at least until Lumagasm levels up. That's only going to be 3 evasions. 2 evasions. Yeah, that won't take long. And I could spam Pike Beam to Weapons Train, too. That's true. That'll take a long time, though. To be honest, I'm not into that. Yeah, it's one of my complaints about FTL is that there's incentive to just kind of stick around here. In theory, if I wanted to, we could spend as long as it takes to upgrade every crew member to max rank at every station. That is what if I was on a 100 hard no pause win streak and I was looking to maximize my win rate for the next run, that's what I would do here, is I would spend genuinely like an hour just training everyone up to max. But I'm not going to do that. We're just going to kill this guy momentarily in 2 more dodges. I guess we will sit you on shields for a bit. But yeah, you could max everybody at everything here, except for repair. How's it going, 3 Drew? No mods here. We're running unmodded FTL. And we're chilling. Yeah, there's speed up mods you can use to make a situation like this a lot less painful, that's for sure. Pay no attention to the mod behind the curtain in chat. Okay, 1 more dodge and we're out of here. There we go. That bing sound. That's the good stuff. Is it normal to only have 3 crew? That's what we started with on this ship. 3 is the minimum, in my opinion, for a good run. Take that, stinky drone. You can have up to 8, which is obviously a lot more desirable. Oh no. Okay, charge missile just in case. Great. Okay, we get some stuff. Really want to spend that on power. Should collect money for the shop, though. We're doing okay for now. Might have to buy some fuel, which is sad. Alright, these jerks have a missile launcher and a drone. That's kind of spooky. A beam drone, okay. Not that spooky. I just shoot their missile launcher every time it comes back online, I think. It's a strat here. Wait for them to repair, and then shoot it again. Make sure the repair timer resets on that. Do missiles bypass shields? Yes. Yeah, that is their main benefit. Yeah, and they cost parts to fire. Enemies also have a limited number of missiles. Enemies will run out of missiles if they fire at you enough times. The final boss will not run out of missiles, though. That guy has an unlimited number of them. Okay, we get some more scrap. We get 3 fuel, which is pretty good. And I can do one more jump and then to the shop we have to go. Oh, and the shop can go there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, go here. We might also avoid the shop. Oh, this is scary. There's an asteroid field here. This beacon appears to have been set up with an asteroid field to assess a mining settlement. However, half of the settlement has been disassembled by a number of Lanius scavengers. Need to be faster on the hotkeys there. I'm definitely going to use my missile to try to take out their weapons as soon as possible. We get our shields hit. Oh, you see that? That was going to go for the shield room. That was good that we didn't get hit there. Ooh, and they give a pretty generous offer here. 5 fuel, 4 missiles. 5 fuel is pretty significant. I think I'm taking this one. What are the Lanius supposed to be lore-wise? They're like metallic aliens that don't need to breathe oxygen and they eat metal. So they're very different than all the other alien species. They don't speak a shared language. They're not part of the Federation. Would be good to get more scrap for the shop. Would be. I think I'm not going to the shop. What I decided. I was going to buy power. Or maybe there's another shop. Oh yeah, there's another shop. Okay, that's more like it. Although that doesn't connect. Where being able to see exactly how many jumps away the exit is would be nice. I'll try it. Oh yeah, I can jump from here to the exit. Yeah, I don't have to worry about it. Great. We'll go for one more beacon. We can trade 4 missiles that we just picked up for 30 scrap. Agree? Then jump to the shop. Don't forget to turn the O2 back on. Everything must go. Alright, there's cloaking here. I can't buy that, though. Halberd beam. Hacking. Hacking's very strong. Sell everything by cloaking? I would if I could, but I don't actually think I get enough money for that. Actually, no. If we sell every weapon, we can, but then we're dead, right? Yeah, hacking is crazy strong here. Is hacking good without pausing? Yes. It is. It's a little harder to use, but it's still very good. I think I buy hacking and one repair. I could sell the Artemis. I think we're okay, though. This is hotkey X, right? Actually fire it, that is. Can't tell. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now we definitely need more power. Help. You detect a damaged vessel docked with a jump beacon. It appears the Lanius are absorbing metal from the beacon, risking destroying it and becoming stranded. Ask if they require assistance. Must metal. They are desperate for scrap. We have no scrap to give them, so we can only leave. Except it attacks us. Okay, great. That's what I wanted, actually. Oh no, they're hacking me. They're hacking our O2. This actually doesn't seem to be a problem. It's only level 1 hacking, I believe. Let's turn it off, though. Stop. 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 I will not accept surrender. Your offer was not good enough. Could also hack their hacking if we wanted to. That'll cost me drone parts, though. No need for that. This is faster XP gain than the last ship. Might be worth getting an evasion up here. They're not trying to escape? Yeah, hold on. Let's get our evasion training done. This is a really good spot to do it. Because it won't take very many dodges to get to max here, and that'll be another big up to our evasion chance. We'll go to 40%. And our oxygen is not really going down over time with level 1 hacking. So we just have to dodge 8 times with a 34% chance. That's not too bad. The toasters. You're amazed how long we're lasting without using a new weapon? We can definitely get to the end of Sector 2 without powering up a new weapon. With hacking, I can even go further with these weapons. Some ships have starting weapons that can go even further, but yeah, the Kestrel A can usually do, like, end of Sector 2, early Sector 3. Without any changes to the weapons. Once you start to run into enemies that have 2 shield bubbles consistently, then it's more of a challenge. Keep going. Sector 1 and 2 are the same difficulty in hard mode. I didn't really know that, actually. Yeah, we could also train weapons here slowly if we wanted to. That would require a different power distribution, though. We're just going to max out the evasion. That's the thing that really matters here. But yeah, we could spend even more time, as I mentioned in the last fight. Even more time could be spent to get even more advantage here. Ding! Okay, pilot's max level. Now we're at 37%. We just need 3 more dodges for Lumigasm to be maxed out here. Or 19 hits to get a shield up. This might end up being a long stream session. Yeah, it could be. We'll see how far this run gets. That's why I wanted to switch over early-ish, because FTL's not done that quickly sometimes. Two more dodges, then we're out of here. This is probably the only time I'm going to train in this this run. There we go. Okay. Let's get out of here. Scrap. Still not enough for any power. Beacon is surrounded by many tiny Lanius craft. Perhaps they are some kind of forward scout searching for metallic opportunities. As you consider this, a larger Lanius vessel moves in to engage, and the scout ships scatter. Right. Oh no, the hacking. 8 missiles. No. Tempting, though. Very tempting. Alright, we got him. $20 scrap. Okay, that's significant. That is enough for more power. And I can finally make it to the exit beacon without getting overwhelmed. We don't have to fight the super ship this time. Thank goodness for that. But yeah, give me another power bar. I'm juggling too hard here. We're suffering. You jump into a field of debris. Appears a battle recently took place here, and the loser seems to have been a civilian ship. Responsible rebels are likely still nearby. Look for them. We find them. Great, and they have stupid, stinky weapons that can't hurt me. Also great. So just take out their... Whoa, they can hurt me. Wait, never mind. Hopefully they didn't, but they can. Generally speaking, you usually want to take out the enemy weapons first, if they can hurt your ship at all. If they can't hurt your ship, then you can do what you want. Is there a fire going on over there? No. Sometimes you can kill the enemy crew if you get lucky by starting a fire with your weapons. Upgraded sensors can help you see when that happens. It's not very often, though. More scrap. Alright, next, I think I want to upgrade the weapons next, so that we can arm the burst laser and the pike beam at the same time. And I think I want to go to the NG-controlled sector. I don't really want to mess with Nebula here. NG-controlled sector will be a relatively relaxing change of pace from what we just dealt with. And if we're lucky, we'll be able to stock up on stuff without having to fight so much. All platform orbits near this beacon. It's a refueling platform and is surely broadcasting reasonable prices. Let's dock. I am exploded now. The refueling station welcomes you into one of its berths, and as you hail them, there's an explosion from your engine room. While assessing the damage, you detect a pirate ship closing in fast. Okay, shoot a missile at them. Evasion's going to be lowered while we're doing this. Could have hacked them as well. That might have prevented 2 damage, but oh well. Yeah, the reasonable price of your money or your life, indeed. Just keep the weapons down. They can't do anything without weapons. Your money and your life. There should be lots of... Is this the right hotkey? N. Okay, N? N. I'd have to rebind that. No. I will missile you if I have to. Oh, look at that. We get an augment in the rewards, a repair arm, along with 2 fuel and 19 scrap. Let's see, is that what I think it is? That's right, repairs the hull every time we collect scrap, but reduces scrap collection. That's bad and good. I think it's good here in the early game. We're going to want to sell that at some point. So that's good to hold on to for now. And then later on, we'll get rid of it, probably. The reduced scrap collection is quite bad. But let's upgrade our weapons, finally. Okay, now we can man Burst Laser Pike Beam. That's going to be a really devastating combination of weapons. Let's peek around over here. Explore the asteroid field. Get some fuel. That could have resulted in ship damage, so maybe I shouldn't have done that, but we did it. And Federation Sympathizers give us a free system repair drone plus some scrap, which then repairs the ship. Store is here, but not yet. Too early for a shop. Another free system repair drone and more repairs. Okay, this is going pretty well, actually. How's it going, Blue Smoke Instrumental? This is our first run of Hard No Pause. Bunch of NG stuff happening. Who cares? And more free stuff. This time an anti-ship beam drone. Okay, now let's get to the shop and sell this stuff. Another halberd beam. Okay, so the repair arm does not affect these. Sell these. And then we can sell the repair arm for 25 scrap immediately, plus losing the other stuff it does. That's probably what I want to do here. Sell this. Repair the hull a little bit. We're doing okay on fuel. I could maybe buy one fuel. But mostly I think I want more power. Halberd is an upgrade over the pike beam in a sense. It actually has a longer charge time and higher power requirement, so not necessarily an upgrade. Chain laser's kind of fun to add to the weapons loadout. This is not a bad purchase if we want to improve our late game damage potential. At the moment, though, I don't feel like I need more weapons. Maybe even do with one more power. Good time to get a door upgrade. It's actually 35 for the basic door upgrade. Ugh. I think in No Pause it's worth upgrading some of the subsystems to avoid some of the nasty surprises that can happen. It's expensive, though. Yeah, I'll take one more bar of power. You can usually get away with less power than this, but it's nice having everything online. There's only 3 guys in the spaceship. That's correct. Okay, and our first taste of a fairly difficult enemy here. They've got cloaking and a burst laser. We can hack them if we need to. They got long cloaking. That's scary. Okay, we dodge. Oh, I missed. Oh, no. Oh, crap. Ah, crap. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, crap. Oh, no. I'm out of here. Oh, screw this. Goodbye. I'm gonna ignore the refugees. I gotta fix my ship. Feels bad. Definitely panic there. Yes, you can increase the number of crew. Absolutely. You're not always offered the chance to do so, though. You have to be given crew in events or find a shop that has crew for sale and then buy them. But not every shop will have crew. And buying crew isn't even worth it a lot of the time. I should have hacked that last ship. Aid the civilian ship. Okay, this time we have one Mantis boarder. Put that on. The right path for the beam there. Path on this ship is like, yeah, that. You can hit 5 rooms. Contact the civilians. Hey, look at that. They repaired 5 points a hull for us. If you're wondering why I didn't repair all the way to full of the shop, by the way, this is why. Because you can sometimes get a free repair from events. And we would have wasted money if I had done that. I don't want to waste no money. All right, what's my next upgrade for this ship? Honestly, another 5 points of dodge is very reasonable. Getting to shields level 3 is also pretty sweet. Probably we should try to get to shields 3. That's only 100 scrap, and we're halfway there. What does the reddish tint mean on the compartments? That means they're low on O2. If a room has no oxygen in it, then you get these hazard bars, and if the hazard bars are there, the crew will take damage. If the crew won't take damage, but it's got low O2, then it's a shade of red that gradually gets more white as the room gets re-oxygenated. So you can watch this room gradually turn more and more to the regular color. That's the O2 percentage of the room. Does the game have a colorblind mode? Yes. Yes. Hold on. Let me turn that on for you. I don't think that changes the room color, though. Good miss. Ooh, that dodge chance, though. Uh-oh. Okay, that's one way to do it. So that changes mostly the, the power colors, I think? Yeah, these are no longer green here in the bottom left. And the system damage visuals changed a bit. Okay. Stuff. Gotta love stuff. Should think about upgrading hacking, too. Also, we have almost no fuel now. That refueling station was a scam. Intelligent life forms on a nearby planet. Investigate. So this is one of the events in this game that makes me kind of hate the event design of this game. This one in particular, where you find these unicorn-like creatures on an alien planet. Because the only way to get a good outcome is to try to communicate peacefully. If you click option 2, you always get a bad thing to happen, right? So it's just like a blind wiki check which one of these options is correct. It's always try to communicate peacefully. And this works. None of our attempts to communicate seem to work. They just stare at you silently. As we prepare to leave, though, one of the creatures canters forward and nudges us away from the ship. We get the NG Adnan, who I'm going to do a giveaway for. Type exclamation point enter if you want to be our new NG crew member here, who is, I suppose, going to man the shields. All right. And we're going to close that right away. So we've already got lots of people. Ayixian, you are the winner. Welcome to the crew. Enjoy your new station and shields. I like NG and shields because they can repair the shields very quickly if they get damaged. This is a type of alien race that does less melee damage, but they do more repair speed. And we enter a charred area of space known to be home to the Mantis. We go this way. We have very low fuel here, which is a problem. So we're hoping to find a shop soon where I can restock. Otherwise, we'll have to hope that we get some from winning fights. They have 3 shield bubbles? Oh boy. That's not good. 3 shields I was not prepared for. I guess I have to hack their shields. And they have a freaking teleporter. Oh no. This is gonna be tough. We're gonna get some missiles to hit us, and there's not much I can do about that. Yeah, they're 2 damage missiles as well. Okay, there we go. They might get another jerk on board here. Okay, bad but not horrible. Yeah, bad but not horrible. 30 scrap, though. That's good. No fuel, though. And no shop, either. Turn the O2 back on. So, if we run out of fuel, we'll have no choice but to become the person broadcasting the distress beacon. I think it's still worth getting level 3 shields with our 100 scrap here. That seems valuable. An asteroid belt with a rebel auto scout who is hacking our engines, lowering our evasion temporarily. That's a bit annoying. We've got another 3 shields, too. That's also annoying. 2 damage missile, okay. Okay, not good. I think I have to hack their weapons. Yeah, we're in trouble here. I've been ioned to shreds, you say? Yeah, this is very bad. Oh, what? Oh, my weapons got ioned? Yeah, we gotta leave. This is horrible. Oh, we're so screwed here. Ah. We have to go. Okay, we make it to the store, but I have no money because I'm dumb. Guess I'm selling my Artemis or something. Ugh. Okay. Something's burning. That's not right either. Wait. Fuel in the engine room. Fire in the engine room, rather. Vent the engine room. Yeah, I'm definitely panicking a little bit. It's, yeah, I'm gonna take a whole damage here. Dang. No pause is challenging. That's what I'm learning here, for sure. No pause, very challenging. You gotta keep your head on straight, or else. I would really appreciate it if we hadn't just jumped from one shield on enemies to 3. But, oh well. That was tough. Another one of these things. Trying to escape as well. Okay, I think what I learned is that we need to, oops, hack their evasion to avoid these sorts of incidents. That's probably what I should have done in the last fight, is hack evasion here. By hacking evasion, I can guarantee my shots land, and then we get guaranteed results. That's more like it. Don't die. Why are you dying? Because I don't have enough power, is the answer. Yeah, more crew probably means the ship is harder to manage. Probably. Although it means you're also more likely to be able to deal with stuff without having to manage anything. Which is also nice. 25 for the next power. Okay, we have to take a weird path to get the exit beacon. You detect and retrieve an escape pod floating nearby. You consider returning it to space when you learn it's Mantis. So if we open the pod, we either gain a crew member or lose a crew member. I think I'm gonna jettison it. I don't want to lose a crew. You're not stupid, says the game. Oh, aren't I? I'll show you stupid. Yeah, if you got Clone Bay, you can open it safely. Without Clone Bay, though... Upgrade my doors for 8 scrap? Hell yeah. What a deal. Okay, now we have blast doors. That's very convenient. That is a good deal. What's not a good deal is running out of fuel. Okay, we need to hack, I think, their weapons. They have a teleporter too, but that's what doors are for. Oh, crap, I missed. Oh, crap. I've got to stay in dodge. Yeah. Panicking. That missile's gonna hurt a lot. Yeah. Should maybe have cut across the shields there, actually. Who's on board my ship? Oh, no, they're hacking into their own ship. That's right. Okay. Okay, that's fine. We are safe here. thought about how screwed we are. Oh, we have 3 fuel now. Okay, we're not that screwed. Yeah, we need more power. I'm struggling with the power. Power hacking by default. Should really learn my hotkeys. Oh no. They're near the sun. You have to go help that guy. We shouldn't have hacked weapons, actually. Decent, though. Well, actually, hacking weapons seems like maybe it was a good idea after all. Oh, crap. Gotta fix that. Store, perfect. I have just enough fuel to get there. Double perfect. Take a deep breath and prepare to move on. Perfect. Okay, please relax ourselves before we get to the shop where we can heal up. Kind of a tough sector, but looks like we're living. Yeah, blast doors. So blast doors impede enemies. They have to kind of break their way through them. So you can vent rooms and, yes, just cause enemies to suffocate while they're banging on the doors. Could buy more crew, but I don't have enough stuff for that. Nothing to sell here. We have to buy fuel. And I'll repair as much as I can, which is not much. Kind of limping here. Not good. Probably worth going to the distress beacon before the exit, though? Probably. Have a look-see here. With an NG crew, we have a couple distress beacons. Giant alien spiders, though? Hell no. We don't mess with those things. Those guys are evil. Scrap some debris. Great. Alright, we've made it to the Rock Homeworlds, which is a pretty scary sector to be in. I think we're a little bit behind the curve here. Feels like we're limping. If we can get some good rewards in this sector, then we can stabilize. Otherwise, this might be the end of our journey here. Perfect. Yes, a satellite defense system gone haywire. The NG can fix this, so we'll help them out and have our NG crew remotely repair the targeting system. We get 47 scrap? Holy moly, okay. That is potentially life-changing scrap. It's huge. 35 to upgrade hacking. Let's do that as well. And 2 fuel to keep us going. This is scary, though. Oh my good lord. Rock ships, why are you like this? We got another weapons hack going here. I don't need shield as much, huh? Okay, good dodge, good dodge. This one's scary. Tempted to accept their offer of surrender just because it will prevent me from being pummeled with further missiles, but I will not do it. Everything is fine. That's more like it. More fuel, more scrap. And we only took 1 more damage. I think that was probably worth it. Alright, get thee to the medbay. There we go. Note that you can't use the asteroids after a fight is ended to get crew training. The training quality stops when the fight ends. Okay, there's a store. Okay, okay. I think we're stabilizing that. Hopefully we can get a little bit more scrap first. Yeah, the hacking drone is part of the reason we were able to sell the missile launcher. That's right. No, don't break the O2. Oh, you jerks. Okay, good. They didn't. Hi. I might want to buy long-range scanners here. We'll see. Probably I'm just repairing, though. Rock and stone. Okay. So, the store, yeah, long-range scanners are very valuable. So is health, you know, and so is fuel. Get more laser, that's also a little tempting. That's what I'm gonna buy. I don't know if that's right. But I like having the health in the green. That feels good. More intruders on board. Okay, this is very scary. Back there. Piloting. Guys. Have a thick beam. My hacking's down. Oh no. Oh, we're in trouble here. Oh no, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm just dead. I'm dead. They took out the piloting and that barrage hit, and we're now very cooked. Quite sure of that. Oh no. Yeah. Dead? Don't even know where to begin what to do here. Wait, I can jump. We'll die at the shop. Now they're just gonna blow up my engines before I can even stop them. Yeah, there they go. Not even close. GG! A good first attempt at the no pause. But yeah, we got some really rough nodes on that one. I think even if I was pausing, I would have had a hard time with this run. Based on the enemies we ran into. Good try, though. Good try. GG. They blew up the ship they were on. They did. They did. All right, chat. We're going to do at least the start of another run. We'll see if we can get further than last time. Before that happens, though, I am going to take a break here, refill the legs, stretch the water. When I return, we're going to roll a random ship for the next attempt. Back in a bit. All right, chat, we're back. We're going to take another crack at hard, no pause FTL, this time with a random ship. Slug C? Oh, this one's weird. This ship starts with both mind control and hacking, which is kind of cool. And a clone bay, which is nice. That's actually not a bad ship. It's called the Areola Max. And I'm going to pick 3 crew members using the giveaway function. Whoops, hold on. Let me restart that. There we go. Type exclamation point enter if you want to be a crew member. And we'll get you added in just a second. We'll give people a little bit longer this time around since we're at the start of a run here. Glug some more dub. All right, I'm picking winners now. Exclamation point giveaway. Our winners are... 2 Dirty 1, Almost Harvesting, and Rapax Strife. Not sure what the character limit on FTL names is. You can have a long name, but it won't display the whole name. Yeah, let's just do... Can I do Almost Harvest? Sure. Perfect. Welcome aboard the Slug C, all y'all. Have I played Multiverse? I did play Multiverse a long time ago. I have I would say a warm reception to it. Okay, so this slug ship is pretty good at getting crew kills using the combination of hacking and mind control. Let's see what we can do with it. Merchant is mass broadcasting a request for a mercenary ship. My goods are late. Fools flew through a pirate-filled sector, and I fear for the cargo's safety. We will accept your quest and head over there. No one hails your ship. All right, quest. What's up, quest? Scan for the lost ship. You find the remains of the ship. It seems to have severe external damage, but you cannot pinpoint a cause. We can either take the cargo for ourselves or take it and head to the destination in search of a reward. Don't remember what happens if you bring this. Let's try to get a reward, I suppose. It is literally right here. What's up? What do slugs excel in? Slugs are telepathic. So even though their ship has no sensors, that's actually an important thing to point out about this ship. Parts of our ship are going to be grayed out at all times because there is no sensor subsystem on the ship. And that's because slugs can just sense where enemies are at all times. So even though we have no sensors, I will be able to tell where enemies are on the enemy ship and hunt them down accordingly. I like that we got a beam drone. It's kind of cute. Let's poke around in some nebula beacons, yeah? A fight is unavoidable. Okay, this thing's a little dangerous. We could hack the drone if we felt the need. I think we're fine, though. Oh, it's still active. Okay. No, never mind. I'm going to hack that. Alright, here we can sit around and dodge all we want, but that would take forever, and I don't care. The Lennius are specifically from Advanced Edition, the content update that was released after the initial, a couple years after FTL came out originally. Yeah, the free expansion pack. Good way to phrase that. Do I just go to Shields 2 here? I'm very tempted to do that. But I might want to buy another weapon at the shop or something. Ah, screw it. Give me the shields. An advanced scout of the rebel fleet. Okay, very easy with 2 shields. Just gonna want to disable its piloting so it can't get away. But the ship shouldn't be able to hurt us with 2 shields here. Yeah, should be a decay on the training. I think after like 90 seconds or something, the training for the fight should stop. Just put a time limit on it. We have kind of a weird path here. Another fight, nice. 2... Two nebula beacons with fights in them is really lucky. No, not the bomb. Okay, ion bomb could be scary if it hits an important system, but it didn't. How is it determined how often a weapon can fire? Every weapon has a cooldown stat. And then you can further reduce that with crewing the system. This is also a special weapon, the chain laser. So it starts with a charge time of 16 seconds, but then it decreases the charge time every time it fires down to a maximum of 7 seconds. Then having a crew member manning the weapons will charge that a further 10% faster. So 7 becomes, I think, 6.6. Something like that. But yeah, it's all tracked in seconds of charge time. What's up, shop? Heavy Laser Mark 1. Heavy Laser Mark 2. Oh, that's right. We can sell the Slug Repair Gel. To buy Halberd Beam, that might be worth it. That sounds pretty good. Sell the gel. Buy the beam. Excellent. Okay, that'll take a lot of power to get that weapon online, but that's a problem for future us. An advanced rebel ship is stationed near a station. You can't tell what's in it. Could try to hack it to prevent an alert, but I think it's better to just pick the fight and get the reward for fighting it, if I remember correctly. Double miss. Not thrilled about a double miss there. Okay, good. Scrap. And in the station? Oh, come on. I mean, we can have two of them. Two of them ain't bad. But that's a thing for much, much later. But yeah, we can hold on to that forever if we want to. But yeah, for now, it's a big penalty to our scrap, unfortunately. Be much happier with only one, but that's okay. I'm going to put 1 point in weapons so that I can use just the halberd beam if we want to. And we're going to jump over here. Aid the civilian ship. Oh my. Hack their weapons, please. Ah, crap. That's not good. That's also not good. Okay, they have to not hit us in the weapons, please. That the other way. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Fire in the engine room. That's a problem. You're dead, though, right? Scary fight. Contact the civilians. Oh, we get a double reward. Okay, that was well worth it then. Very rewarding. Very good. Should maybe be thinking about what to use the mind control to do against the enemy ships as well. Some potential there for disruption that I could be utilizing better. That's right, we don't have a med bay. I think we get to go through all these jumps. Muscle memory flies to pause at all times. I unbound the pause key, so even if I try to pause, it won't pause. Attack the slaver scum. Okay, these guys I should be able to get a crew kill on, right? They just have 2 Mark 1 heavy lasers, right? Yeah, they're never going to be able to get through the shields. So, we can use the mind control to set them against each other. You, be mind controlled. This will also give us some good crew training while we're slowly picking them apart. Yeah, they've got no medbay, so any crew damage we inflict is going to stick around. Feels scary that they're shooting at us, but we never can get damaged by them. Okay, now there's just the Mantis and the human left. We'll mind control the Mantis next. More scrap for killing crew. In this particular fight, because it's a slaver ship, if we kill the crew here, we're very likely to get an additional crew member. So that's why it's very important that we do this. Because I want free crew. Okay, then there's one guy left. So how do we deal with the last guy left? We just shoot him, of course. How much time do I have in this game? About 500 hours. Oh, actually, I think I... Wait, no, I can't. Yeah, I can't control the mind-controlled enemy, right? I don't think so. No, I can't. Got 1 health. It's trying to escape? Alright, it appears the slaves did not survive the fighting. We find their burnt bodies in the hold, but before we strip the ship, we hear faint noises in the walls. There's an NG. Excellent. Welcome to the crew, Tai Yi, who is actually going to be named after a chat member. Type exclamation point enter if you want to be that chat member. Right now. Alright, I'm closing the giveaway. Cease entering, because the winner is 50% banana, which I'm just going to shorten to 50 banana. Wait, can I do a percent sign? Oh, I can. Perfect. 50% ban. I like that username. 50 bananas. Okay, what are we saving up scrap for now? We're jumping. A scout on an attack approach to a small refueling outpost. Intervene. I think what I should do is mind control the person in the weapons room. And hack weapons. Nice. Stop the missile from going off one time. That was really good. How's it going, Horno Electrico? This is Sector 1, and it's going really well. Yeah, this is one of the best Sector 1s I've ever seen, actually. We have 2 halberd beams in Sector 1, and I got so much scrap. This is crazy. Automated Rebel Scout. Okay, it's only using ion weapons, which doesn't sound like it's dangerous at all. What are you gonna do? Ion me? I guess I shouldn't damage the... The safe way to do this is to only damage the piloting. It's got another weapon it can power up, and if I damage a system that requires power, it may power up that weapon. But I'm pretty sure the way the AI works here, if I don't damage a powered system, it's never gonna actually arm... I guess this will go faster with a chain laser. Then I can potentially dodge stuff, too. So yeah, we just aim at piloting and we wait. Simple yet effective. Sometimes the weapons will get disabled. That will reset the cooldown on the chain laser, unfortunately. So actually, maybe I was better off with the with the beam. I don't know. We're not really under threat here, so it's fine. Can this enemy choose to flee? This kind of enemy can. I'm not sure if this one will. It gets some dodge level ups there. That's good. Oh no. Oh right, that's why I wasn't supposed to do that. I did what I wasn't supposed to do, and I got the weapons. Or I shot a system that wasn't piloting. Now I'm going to take damage. Yep, I sure am. Ah, crap. Well, I did that to myself. Oh, we're hacking too. Okay, this is bad now. There we go. Okay, it's fine. They depowered the other weapon, but yeah, that was because I targeted the engines after forgetting that I wasn't supposed to do that. I took 1 damage for no reason. Whoops. That's all right. Let's get our power pack online, get it out of here. Awful. All right, and we're able to leave. I think maybe a pirate-controlled sector. Since we're doing really well, taking a bunch of fights and getting more scrap sounds very nice. And then we can go to a civilian sector after that and repair. Sounds good to me. Nice that I make these intentional mistakes to educate everybody. I mean, it really did a good job of demonstrating why my initial strategy was the correct one. Let's see here. So many things to level up. We only need 85 to get up to 5 weapons, so I can power up Chain Laser Halberd Beam at the same time. That's probably a good thing to invest in. And then we want defense shortly after that. Let's go explore this nebula. I don't feel like I need to shop right now. Could sell one of the halberd beams, mind you. If you have extra metal, we can work on your ship. They upgrade the reactor for 25. Isn't that more expensive than my current upgrade? Or am I crazy? This is supposed to be cheaper. It's just 25. Okay, so that was not a discount. That was just the regular rate. The hell? Intruders on board. Fight each other, fools. Oh, don't go in there. Oh, I see. They're on my side. Yeah. All right, we could opt to heal Dirty One here. They'll lose piloting experience if I heal them in the Clone Bay way, though, so I think I'll just leave them alive. Might be worth upgrading our Clone Bay. What's level 2 Clone Bay cost? It's a nice investment. Only 35. That's tempting. I think Engines upgrade is pretty good, too, at the moment. Yeah, pay 15 scrap for an engine upgrade. That's really valuable. Let's go over here. Yeah, we don't have a med bay. We have a clone bay instead, which is mostly better. Clone bay, best bay. Has it been FTL the whole time? Yes. Yes, it has been. The music, anyway. Okay, lots of empty jumps here. This is why I said 2 combats and 2 Nebula Beacons was lucky earlier. Let's see if we can find anything here. Attack the pirates! They're going to board us. If I mind control him, is he allowed to just enter the... I don't know. Let's cut their ship in half. Whatever. Kind of a cute attempt at hurting us, actually. They really failed completely to do anything there. I like that last-ditch effort to teleport onto the ship. We find the cargo was military-grade drone schematics. This one sells for quite a bit of scrap, giving us good incentive to head to a shop if we find one soon. Free scrap is good scrap. Let's go exploring some more. More free stuff. A Hermes missile launcher. That's actually quite powerful. And I have a lot of missiles, so that's actually a good supplementary weapon for now. The Hermes has a long charge time. Actually, not that long. 14 seconds, but it does 3 damage per missile. With a chance for fire breach and stun. Pretty powerful missile. So good if we run into something with too many shields to get through, for now. It's a nice backup weapon. Aid the civilian. Okay, we established we want to hack weapons. There is no... Well, yeah, hack the weapons. Nobody's in the weapons, though. Nice. The pilot broke his own ship there. Contact the civilians, who jumped away, leaving us to foot the bill. That's fine. There is a shop I can get to. I've got some good stuff to sell, so I'm probably going to go to the shop. Yeah, let's sell this beam drone. Probably the Hermes missile as well, actually. Probably going to buy some fuel. All are welcome, but try any funny business and our 152 automated turret satellites will tear you to shreds. Ooh, what a reward here. Long-range scanners is going to allow us to collect much more scrap. If we're feeling greedy, we can also buy the scrap recovery arm to get 10% more scrap from here on out. That's a big investment, though. We'll have to collect 500 scrap before this starts being a net positive. But yeah, the long-range scanners are very much an auto-pick. Those are crazy good. We're going to sell this for 30 scrap, sell this for 22 scrap. Could sell a halberd beam, but I'm going to hold on to 2 of them. I am going to buy some more fuel. We are a little bit low on fuel. And I think we're good. So now we can see in adjacent beacons whether there is a possible ship detected. That basically tells us, is there going to be a fight? And if the answer is yes, then we want to go there to fight. I thought about it a bit, and I think I should actually upgrade our hacking as our next upgrade. Get the weapons online better soon, but if anything has more shields than I can handle, we can just hack them. I'm in. Huh. What if they have no shields? And the stupidest guns in the world? What is this a joke? Or are those the 2-shot lasers? No, this is a joke. What is this? This is the world's easiest enemy. They're not even trying. We built this auto drone wrong on purpose, as a joke. Definitely going to stick around here long enough just to get our evasion max. That's definitely worth it. Then I will kill it in 1 hit. Actually, I might as well kill it in more than one hit, because that'll train the weapons a bit more. Oh yeah, it might try to escape. That's true. So let's not hit it one more time. Give me my max evasion, please. Thank you. What's your favorite ship in FTL chat? Out of all of them. I actually like the Federation cruiser quite a bit with the artillery beam. Stealth A, that's a good pick. Yeah, Stealth A is very strong. Stealth A is crazy good. I'm also a big fan of NGB. Whatever one starts with 2 ion weapons and a pike beam. Because that's got the pike beam that I enjoy. Alright, we got our max evasion. I'm out of here. No more. Okay, that doesn't actually connect. Oh, none of this connects. How rude. Okay, so we go here, then here, I guess. Okay, weapons hack is annoying, but not actually a problem here. Let me just auto-fire like this. Can I? Yeah, you can't get across 3 there. Mom, the enemy's hacking again. I'm supposed to be the one who's hacking. But yeah, Kestrel B with the 4 lasers. Yeah, that's one of the best ships for getting started. Such a fun ship. You get super fast weapons leveling. You can very easily upgrade your weapons and just keep adding, keep swapping out your basic lasers for better stuff. Kestrel B is great. Very good ship. Dead end and an asteroid field. Yikes. How about no thanks? We will never surrender our crew to slavers. Yeah, that'll keep him busy. We can accept a crew member in lieu of the scrap rewards from them exploding. Kind of want the scrap, though. I'm going to be honest. We already have 4 crew, which is kind of the perfect number of crew. Surrender is not an option. We get 19 scrap, 3 fuel, 2 missiles. That might be worth it. This is an automated merchant. Refill this thing with fuel and it will give you drones. Drones are better than fuel. We are using hacking. We got lots of drone parts, though, so I think I'm going to reject. Why only 4? What against boardings? Against boardings, we have upgraded doors and mind control, so we can turn them against us. We actually do really well against boarders currently. Could explore another beacon and then jump back here and dodge the elite ship. I think I'm just going to head to the next sector. We'll head to Zoltan Controlled. Although, now that we have long-range scanners, maybe the Uncharted Nebula is worth it, actually. Let's go to the nebula. We're slugs. Slugs belong in the nebula. I didn't choose the slug life. The slug life chose me. Of course, there are some really nasty encounters in the nebula. I hadn't thought about that. Sounds like a problem for future me. Gonna get a buffer point in our weapons for now. Another joke. A black market weapons trader spins you a tale of the dangers of the nebula. We're gonna attack him. In fact, we're gonna get a crew kill on him. Think. Actually, no, the ship is very dangerous. Never mind. I'm gonna do no such thing. No. Actually, we might be able to kill this guy. We're slowly running out of O2 currently. But hack them to speed up the process. I don't need to, though. Maybe I do. Oh no, he's going for the O2 now. That means the O2 is depleted. He's going to suffocate soon. Hacking O2 won't actually do anything until he fixes the O2, so there's no reason to do it yet. Not Butters, no! There he goes. There are no more life signs remaining on the ship. Rip Butters. Okay. Not bad. We need another 50 for weapons power. That's the next step, for sure. Attack the pirate! This would be another good ship to... Oh, they have 2 shields, huh? N? Shift L. Okay, I gotta... Oh, heck. Easy. Should have done that, though. Okay, we gotta fix this. Eat missiles, huh? No, ignore their pleas and attack. You're being bombed. Great. Small bomb. Okay, that's a good weapon, too. That's a really good weapon. Why is my ship on fire? Where is my ship on fire? Use your telepathy to find the fire. There it is. I'll just put this over here with the rest of the fire. Okay, that was a little scary. We got the 50 scrap we needed, though. Now we can power up both weapons. Or the small bomb and the halberd beam. Do I want to go into an Ion Storm willingly? Not really. Ion Storm fights can be easier than regular fights, but they also can be miserable. Let's just go for a regular fight. Trying to get away. Okay. And we have to hack its evasion. Also, this thing's going to shred me. There we go. We have disabled it. Great. Not too bad. Yeah, lots of more regular fights. Regular fights sound awesome. Oh no, I'm being mind controlled. Not. Yeah, you can just anti-mind control the mind control. Nice shields, buddy. Boom. He had all 17 resources for a second there. That's kind of cool. That's enough for another point of power, yeah? Give me more power. Got a lot of systems to juggle currently. It's easier if I don't have to pull power off things. Rebel Invader. This is doable. We gotta hack weapons, probably. Oops, didn't actually hit the weapons, though. With my beam there. I missed the beam! Foolish. Alright, well that's entirely because of me. We do not accept surrender! We do accept your death, though. No sign of shops currently. It's alright. There's a civilian sector after this, I think, right? Or Ion Storm. Realistically, I have to go through this node. Yeah, realistically, I have to go through this node. Okay, so we'll just have to be prepared. Otherwise, I have to retrace my steps. That's the other option. Nerds making threats. There won't be a next time. Let's fight. Please break your own teleporter. Thanks. Oops. Didn't quite line that beam up correctly. We got some good damage, though. That was good enough. Hello. You've boarded me with an NG. Why have you done this? What were you hoping to accomplish? Good try. Can you keep the NG? I wish. That'd be cool if we could just keep them mind-controlled to serve us forever. Yeah, that'd be nice, but no. Let's see, how much reactor power do we have? We have 15. Let's get... I don't know if it rounds up or down. Let's get one more power before I jump into an ion storm, where our power will be cut in half. Oh yeah, that's a nasty rebel scout waiting for us. Oh no. Oh yeah, that was an engine hack by accident. Oh no. Made a mistake. Alright, I think we're fine though. I will not take your surrender. Oh no. Okay, we got lucky there. Can't believe that didn't do any damage. Is there a situation in which I would accept surrender? Yeah, you accept surrender if they offer you an unusually generous reward for the surrender. We took one earlier in the stream when they offered a bunch of fuel. And I was low on fuel. I want the... Yeah, let's do that. Oh, there is a store here. And a store there. Probably worth retreading my path to go here, then. Go here, jump back through here, then go here. Something like that. You accept the surrender because it's the right thing to do. Doing the right thing will not win you the game. Very often with this game. So I highly discourage doing the right thing. Why not improve hacking there? That wouldn't have been a bad idea, actually. Improved hacking would be good here. Boom. What's in the station? More stuff. Good. Well, no, because I want to save money for the shop. This is part of the reason. But we don't improve hacking at the moment. And then I guess we go here first as well. Attack the pirates. They've got a missile weapon. Stop it. Ow. See, here's a relatively generous surrender offer. 6 fuel, 4 missiles. If I happen to need either of those things, I would take the offer. As it turns out, though, I mostly want scrap. We end up with a Hermes missile launcher again. We have reobtained the Hermes missile launcher. Convenient, because I'm about to go back to the shop, where I can sell it again. Ooh, and one of the better augments here, the automated reloader, improves our weapon cooldown by 10%. That's kind of a big deal. No hacking available. Backup DNA bank can be nice with the clone bay, too. Yeah, the backup battery... To use the backup battery, I would definitely have to have better hotkey control to do that properly. Yeah, so a 10% reduced cooldown is going to be super helpful. That's multiplicative, too, with the other 10% reduction from a crew member. That's going to help the halberd beam beat enemies to the punch. And we go to the exit now. Actually, it's not that bad to take another fight before the exit. Because we're in a nebula. There won't be an anti-ship battery. And I can hack enemy weapons. That's pretty safe then. Yeah, let's take another fight. Track them and move to engage. Okay, I don't think we have to use any resources in defeating this ship. Looks pretty straightforward here. We're trying to escape, though. That's a pathetic surrender offer. 12 scrap? That's nothing. Yeah, give me 25 scrap. And then I am going to upgrade my engines for surezies here. And we're going to escape through the exit beacon. Big ship. Fun fighting each other, nerds. Our goal is just to survive long enough to get out of here. Okay, there's some damage to our hacking, but we escape. Not bad at all. Let's go to the Zoltan homeworlds. We can get some really cool stuff here. Oh, actually, I said you don't usually do the right thing in FTL. This is the one sector where we do want to do the right thing. By meeting the Zoltan envoy and accepting a message of peace. You remember, chat, I'm pretty sure the envoy can only appear in beacons that have a ship detected, right? I think that's the case. No, envoy's a non-ship beacon. Okay, it's the other way around. Thank you for... Yes, the other way around. Non-ship. Okay, so we want to avoid the ships for now, looking for something else. See if we can get it in one. Intruders on board. My sensors are being jammed. I could counter the remote hacking. Doesn't say it costs a drone part, so I might as well. So our sensors are still online. Don't worry about it. He just went to the piloting. Rude. Yeah, what's a sensor? Bro thinks he's part of the team. Okay, the store is not an envoy. Store is useful, though. Let's get into a fight. Make sure we have this charged and ready. Slugbard. This could be a slight problem, actually. Okay, it's not a problem. There we go. All is well. Might have been able to crew kill that. I didn't actually check if they had a med bay or something. kind of panicking. I was scared of the bombs, because the bombs can blow up the clone bay and then we lose crew. Which would be very bad. Distress beacon feels like we're pretty well equipped to handle. Let's not buy a distress beacon. It's a fight. A hell of a fight. Yeah, I'm gonna hack that. That's why I gotta hack that. That's a 3 damage beam. If it fires even once, we're gonna take big damage. Okay, there we go. I brought it offline. Good. No repairing. No surrender either. Can you find the same augment more than one time? Yes, you can have up to 3 automated reloaders, and yes, they stack. If the augment doesn't stack, then when you get it, you are offered the chance to immediately scrap it and destroy it. Otherwise, it just gets destroyed. So you can't have more than one of the same augment if that augment does not stack. But some augments do stack, like the autoloader, which I imagine is what you're asking about. Yes, you can have 3 of them. Yes, 3 autoloaders with a Vulcan chain gun is amazing. No, I will not be taking any further questions. Zoltan Research Facility. They are researching genetic distortion due to stasis sleep. I'll participate in your study. They say, please accept these small cakes made from stiff dough. Thanks for the dough. Literally. Alright, I'm going to jump over here. Fight here. A Zoltan ship. When Zoltan mistakes her purpose and moves into attack. Well, they've got a beam drone. Okay, this is a little scary. I can't hack them or mind control them while the Zoltan shield is up. I believe we have 40% evasion here. Okay, good, good. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Now I can hack them if I want to. I have a lot of drone parts, and I do want to. There we go. I see our oxygen got destroyed. And there's a fire in the O2 room. Okay. Good scrap. Alright, we're going to have Banana respawn here. We're going to keep almost alive so that we can retain their learnings. Also going to turn the O2 back on. Bernard, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. The banana returns. Okay, this is... I don't want an asteroid field. Thank you. Probably want to spend some scrap soon. Level 3 shield sounds like a good investment. Let's do that. -2 drone parts to get 8 fuel? Sure. That's a good trade. It looks like we're probably not finding the envoy today. But maybe. More like Nonvoy. This time an NG is the one attacking us. They have double defense drones. They're very defensive. I have to use the small bomb, I think, right? Because they're going to shoot down my lasers. Actually, no, that's fine, right? As long as one shot gets through. I don't need to bomb them. Let that ion damage resets. We can do 4 rooms. I missed. Alright, fair enough. One damage is fine, though. You take 1 damage per fight, you will probably win your run. Pulsar, huh? That's spooky. I want to mess with a Pulsar. I'm gonna go this way. What you hacking? Mind control. It didn't work? Why didn't it work? Shoot. Heck. Oh, the shields are up. Ugh. Thankfully, the weapons are down, so we can safely deal with it. Okay, we're taking a little bit of damage here and there that we don't necessarily need to take, but we are taking it. A bit more power. Making active, actually. This area is off limits. Submit your ship to processing, they say. And they hack our oxygen because they are evil. AKA bureaucrats. Looks like their weapons can't really hurt us, though. With 3 shield layers, we should be fine here. What's the most effective beam path here? I can do 5, okay. We get a store. Okay, we're not getting the special event from the Zoltan Homeworlds, unfortunately. The map generation did not really support it, but we do get a lot of scrap into a shop. That's kind of nice. Why not take a look? Cloaking. And weapon pre-igniter. That's also badass. It's cheaper than cloaking, too. I kind of want to turn this into a pre-igniter run. Because we can do some really nasty stuff with that. It's also easier to get, right? Does that do what you think it does? If what you think it does is make your weapons automatically fully charged at the start of fights, then yes. Because that's what it does. Means we get the first volley every time, which is quite nice. That means we can actually just run double halberd beam, which is very funny. I love that we kept the second halberd beam. It's going to pay off big here. -3 fuel for +1 drone. Sure, since I traded the other way around earlier. Our next sector is just a civilian sector, so we might be able to get some free stuff here. Or we can seek out the fights that are here. Like this one. What's up, friendo? Okay, I'm rejecting your offer. And I'm not accepting your surrender either. Wish I could sell some of these missiles. Well-known slave trader. Attack the slaver scum. Oh dear. Kind of like this, right? What I missed? Oh, because they got into the... Oh, crap. Oh, no. Damn. Oh, I got it. I got it. Still very bad. Okay, so when do you accept surrender? Chad asked earlier. When the other guy is going to kill you, you accept the surrender so that the fight stops. Thanks. Thanks for stopping that fight. And welcome aboard, Alex. Who is Alex going to be named after? We're going to do a giveaway to find out. Type exclamation point, enter, if you would like to be the Alex of the crew. I'm close to running out of time here. All right, let's pick a winner. It is Zizzification, the one and only Zizzy. Earns the most esteemed place of honor on the ship, the doorman. Excellent. Okay, that was a scary fight, but we lived. Right. Okay, this will be much easier. This will be much easier. Just a free fight. Good. Attack the ship. Another burst laser 3. Okay. $40 scrap and 17 scrap and a system repair drone is incredible value. We are very happy about that. I think I upgrade weapons, and I'm very tempted to just run double halberd beam immediately here, and we just, like, hack their shields and stuff. Then we can cut ships apart before they can arm their weapons even one time. I'm into it. Oh yeah, we should get one more power. Door guy. Dizzy, keep them out. Fight. Fight like your life depends on it, because it does. Great. Oh, there's a store there. Probably we go there. Load some cash then. The virus disrupt my shield. That's fine. Rude. Why didn't I just counter it? Because if I countered the hacking, then I couldn't do what I just did. You can't use your hacking to counter the hacking and use your hacking during the fight. So I needed it to just get the quick kill there with the double halberd beam. That would be why. Asteroid shield... yeah, asteroid field doesn't sound that bad, actually. Because I have Giga Pre-Igniter. They have cloaking, though. That is that bad. Oh, no. Oh, come on. Isn't quite right. It'll work, though. Let me fix that. Oops. I think they offered a surrender that I didn't actually get to look at, because I... Oh, I can disable that, right? Quick delay. There we go. Great. We love to see it. Oh, they were running. Okay. Rebels are distributing supplies. We can steal the supplies from the civilians. No, let's attack the rebels first. This is scary. Okay, good damage, but not amazing. I'll fix that. 2 is low. Steal the civilian supplies. This is why the rebels will always have support, they say, but I'm the one with 16 scrap, so I'm coming out ahead. Like I said, doing the right thing in this game, not necessarily the correct action, just an option. Okay, nothing amazing here. More power. More power twice. Feels better. Late Sector 5, the Evil Baylor. That's me. Intelligent life forms on a nearby planet. Slugman. Communicate telepathically. After a moment, your crew tells you that these are simple beings who enjoy a peaceful life. However, this isn't the first time a ship was landed here. They inform you of a nearby crash site. We get Sai Heng the NG, who is already trained in shields and repairing. And will live in the shield room. And yeah, we'll do another giveaway. Real quick, this one. About 60 seconds, chat. Get your enters in there quick or else you will not go to space today. And we're closing it. Our winner is... I just go by Martin, which, well, I think we can shorten that pretty easily down to Martin. Welcome aboard, Martin. Martin the Martian from the NG. A nearby mining colony has a disease spreading, but NGs are made out of nanobot swarms and are therefore immune to infection. So the NG can, Martin, I assume, can solve that problem. Congratulations, Martin. You have done it. I think I can get both of these beacons. I'm going to try. Federation encrypted signals being broadcast. A secret Federation outpost that is out of supplies but are eager to tell you of another secret base. So we get a quest marker. And then, yeah, I can jump here. Okay, this time they're hacking our engines. Same deal. If I counter the hacking, then I can't just hack them myself, which I would like to do. Because then I can blow them up instantly, which is very good. And very fast, most importantly. I like how fast it is. It's the power of the pre-igniter. Small rebel ship refitted for transport rather than combat. We're going to demand the surrender of their goods. Here we could get a better reward if we were to just... capture the ship, but it doesn't sound very viable. Get 1 drone part and 41 scrap for blasting those nerds into bits. Ooh, and I'm going to go to the Rebel Stronghold. I'm doing it. At this point, this is one of the most commonly traveled sectors. Be careful. All right, does the thing show up in a ship beacon or a non-ship beacon? I can't remember. This one's even more important than the NG Homeworld one. It's a non-ship. Okay, so we want to visit all the non-ship beacons that we can. We also want to make sure we're nice and strong. Probably means upping our evasion more. And our hacking. Actually, upgrade hacking. And evasion. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds right. Okay. Exciting. Very exciting. Investigate. Another secret outpost, but it's dead. Okay. Like a ship. No surrender. Well, they broke the clone bay. How annoying. And that missed, thankfully. Okay, that wasn't too bad. 45 more scrap. We gotta fix the clone bay. Okay. Keep looking. Yeah, cloaking would really tie this whole thing together. 2 missiles for 8 fuel. What a great deal when I have 8 fuel and 37 missiles. Thank you. Good lord. I'm gonna level... No, that's a ship-detected ion storm, right? Hmm. How much do I have? 21. I need 11 unspent. Oof. Okay. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Oh, what crap. Ow. What did I just get an achievement for? Oh, Home Sweet Home. Jump to 30 nebulous things. Cool. That's cool. Was not expecting the achievement there. We're all talking about your secret mission. Let us install a weapon to help, they say, and they give me a burst laser. How nice. I'll have to waste a jump getting over here, but it's worth going to, I think. Holy crap, a weapon floating in space. Anti-ship batteries detected in the quest location. Probably I'm not going to go to the quest location. Aha! All right, we got it. You arrive... This is what we've been looking for. You arrive at the beacon to find yourself in a huge rebel shipyard. Scaffolding and construction drones filling the sector. The entire system looks devoted to ship construction. The nearby planets and moons ruthlessly mined to harvest resources for a ship of immense size. ... We're gonna look around. Warning lights flash as scans identify the gigantic ship under construction. It's a second Rebel flagship. This must be the secret shipyards where the first one was built, and you've accidentally stumbled across it. Good luck. Looks like it has only 14 health. Do I see that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 health. Bring it on. Oops. Hack it, hack it. No, wait. Oh, no. Oh, I didn't quite kill it. Clone bait. Don't break the clone bait. Okay, we have to wait for the hack to come back online. Everything will be fine, I swear. Oops. There we go. Okay, we killed it. That's scary. We get a massive reward here. Yeah, the missile launch is a priority there. If we hadn't had such a high offense strategy, I would have tried to disable that. But look at the rewards here. 5 fuel, 5 missiles, 5 drone parts, 54 scrap, a top-tier weapon, and 2 delayed fleet jumps. Incredible rewards for blowing that thing apart. And if you hadn't unlocked the Federation cruiser, I think this would also unlock that. So you also get a ship. Yeah, prototype Federation cruiser. Kill them before they break everything. Okay, fix the O2. Martin is critically low on health, so let's have him back to life. My leg! Okay, we know we can get back to a store, too, if we want to, which seems like a good idea. Could jump through the pulsar fight. I don't think I want to do that. That sounds bad. So the new weapon is the Burst Laser Mark III. It's actually pretty bad. It takes 4 power is the main problem and has a huge charge time. Although with the pre-igniter, that is actually not that big of a problem. The 4 power is the bigger problem, though. Yeah, 4 power is a big problem. Alright, let's get to the shop. Might as well go through here. A pirate ship arrives shortly after you. You assume it's a smuggler. I think activating the weapons guaranteed ignores the fight. I want to guaranteed get a fight. So attack the pirate. Slice and dice, baby. 54 scrap. Curious Observer, thanks for the Prime sub and 43 months of support. How far until the final boss? One more sector after this one, and then we're in the final sector. So one more full sector plus the final sector. So we're getting close. Are you sure you want to buy cloaking? Yes. I'm also sure I want to sell this for 47 scrap. And I think I want to sell one of these. Might as well sell the burst laser. Yeah, sell the burst laser. Are we scaling appropriately? Oh yeah, this is going well. This is going extremely well. Yeah, now cloaking will allow our ship to evade incoming enemy fire. Yeah, we might be able to get level 8 weapons on this run, which I would like to do, probably. It's a lot of shields. Never mind. Well, I maybe should have dealt with their weapons more thoroughly. We're dodging fine. Good. Another store. Don't want to go to another store? Not really. Ideal third weapon here, honestly, maybe a pike beam? I could go with a third beam, actually. I really could. But flak is pretty good. Breach bomb would be very good as well. Breach bomb Mark II. Yeah, with 44 missiles, actually, give me the breach bomb. I'm a soldier, sir, and I'm no use without a war to fight. Okay, ooh, that's a little concerning. Okay, we just gotta end this fast. Great. Ship explodes. Yeah, I love how fast these fights are. It's kind of hilarious. Kind of extremely funny. Get out of the... Yeah, okay. Let's upgrade the clone bay by 1. A lot of extra scrap lying around now. We have so many missiles. If only I had a missile weapon. I guess it's worth jumping here and then all the way back to get an extra fight, because we're well ahead of the fleet here. Yeah, the pre-igniter is definitely for speed-running FTL. Great. Oh, I didn't kill it. Foolish. Stuff. Excellent stuff. Okay, let's get to the exit. I'm not going to dock with strange refueling platforms. Not today. Let's go to the engine-controlled sector. There's a hole in the mind control. Oh yeah, from that thing breaching us. Oops. That wasn't quite right. We're all good, though. The NG vessel turns out to be very poorly equipped, barely a runabout. They're trying to outrun the rebels and need all the help they can get. They'll give you an augment if you give them 40 scrap, 22 missiles, and 2 fuel. I'm going to give them nothing, because I don't need the augment, because we're full on augments. We have all 3 slots filled with useful things. So, we don't need that. We don't need it. Let's see. We need 190 scrap to get 2 more points of weapons, huh? That's tempting. You escort us? Sure. We'll help you out. Ever played the multiverse mod? I have. I thought it was okay. Smoldering NG research station. Run another scan. There's an NG and a drone schematic. There's no time to save both. I guess another crew member goes a long way towards dealing with the flagship, so we'll get Gracie aboard here. Which means another giveaway for a name here. You know the drill, chat. Type exclamation point enter in the next 60 or so seconds for a chance to be our newest NG. Gonna stay over in weapons as a backup weapons repairer. And the winner is gonna be Geodude Bro. Welcome to the crew. We'll just call you Geodude. Geo. Dude. 3 fire suppression augment. That might beat long-range scanners at this point. The value of the scanners is kind of past at this point. Let's swap it out. Stores galore. Yeah, fire suppression very helpful on no pause in the event that bad things happen to our ship. Okay, shut down the weapons on this thing. Great. Am I dealing with flagship phase 2? Like a defense scrambler or something. Well, there's a store here. I might as well go to it. You happen to have a defense scrambler? Because I would love that. They don't. Okay. I'll buy sensors for the fun of it. Not going to deal with the backup battery. Another shop. Stun bomb. Seems like another dud here. Fire beam's cute. Only I could sell my 52 missiles. Nice. I mind controlled him mid-teleport there. You see that? That's cool. Civilians offer Zaramar the NG. Welcome. We up to 8 crew now? We are. So once more, it's time to do a giveaway. Oops, I alt-tabbed, which technically paused the game. That's not what I meant to do, and I'm not going to count that as a violation. Because I'm trying to speed up the chat interaction here. All right, our winner is Backward Z. Welcome. All right, well, you're Bakwa, apparently. Bakwa. I'm doing it. Power up the chain laser. Spell you _Z, you got it. They died. Didn't even actually see how they died. I was focused on keeping my crew alive. The damage. Oh yeah, we should have somebody in the sensors, right? Probably. $52 more scrap. All right, you go sensors, I guess. _Z. There you go. Welcome to the sensors room. Uh-oh, we jumped into a pulsar. $37 scrap. This is one of the fastest runs of FTL I've ever done, by the way. We're just destroying everything. Okay, don't jump with your system's ion, is something I learned. I'm gonna wait a bit here. Got the shields. Here we go. Jump. Free fuel to get a drone. Might as well, because we don't need fuel anymore as we are at the last stand. We're about to get some free fuel and a repair from the Federation base's war room. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? They say Intel suggests potential counter to rebel technology. Risk all or save none. No? Maybe? Sure. See, they got a big ship. We already blew one up, but they apparently had a second, better, bigger ship, which we now have to blow up. Well, good luck, they say. That's not what I was hoping to hear, but we'll take it. Got really good luck on the repair locations here. We can definitely hit repair locations on the way to the base if we want to. That'll give me even more drone parts to work with. Rebel flagship starts over here, and it's going to jump towards the base. If it spends 3 turns at the base, then destruction will fall upon us here. We have to come up with an answer to the Phase 2 problem. Because I'm not going to be able to get through their shields, am I? Don't have any bomb weapons, right? Tricky. Yeah, somewhat concerning. Chain laser won't be enough to get through the shields on its own and let the halberd beams hit. I have to hack their shields to do damage. Oops. This thing's a problem too. What is it? Oops. There we go. People you rescued were primarily refugees, and they offer sincere gratitude, which is worth nothing at the shop. I will take 34 scrap and 5 more drone parts, though. That's nice. Alright, we should upgrade something. Level 3 cloaking is kind of nice. Better mind control is kind of nice. Definitely want to get the last power bar. We also want to upgrade our oxygen and our piloting for fighting the flagship. Yeah, buffer points and things could be nice. Fourth shield is also pretty valuable. Oh yeah, I can buy that. Ooh, that's good. We do like that. Yeah, fourth shield is very good defense. We'd like to get a little bit more scrap before we, well, fight the boss. Oh, I see. Yeah, this thing's a problem. Oh, right. I know what I'm doing wrong. I remember now. Great. Didn't kill it. I shouldn't have messed with this thing. Oh, we got a lot of scrap, though. That might have been worth it. So now we can get that upgraded oxygen that I need for the flagship and the piloting upgrade. That's pretty good. They always have defense drones. Nice dodge, nice dodge. Yeah, that's one way to get past drones with the hacking. Note that you don't need to pause to do that. You just need to... You basically... Because what happens is the drone stops moving through space when you depower it. Don't ask how that works, because that's not how space works, but don't worry about it. When you depower the drone, it stops moving. The drones that shoot your drone have to lead their shots. So if they fire and then you stop moving, they'll miss. And that's how you sneak pie. You depower it to make them miss, and then you repower to continue your path before they can fire again. And yes, it is kind of cheesy, but also kind of cool. Oh, we can get to a store? Hell yeah, I'm going to the store here. Although I only have 10 scrap now. I can sell stuff, though. How does healing work on the ship with no med bay? You can use a clone bay, which is what we have. Okay, I'm just going to take 2 points of healing. Then we jump here, then we jump to the base. It's time for the final fight. Or at least part 1 of the final fight. Okay, so we're going to hack its shields. We want to blow up the missile launcher first, I imagine. That sounds right. Don't need mind control. Okay, this should work. This is it! The Rebel flagship. If we're able to destroy this monstrosity, the Federation fleet will have a chance of surviving. There is no turning back. Hack our doors. Okay, that's not bad. Heinous damage. Boom. Okay, that's the easy part, though. Just as you finally gain the upper hand, it finds a way to make an FTL jump. You've got to keep up the assault. Doesn't open the crew teleporter until phase 3, right? Yeah, crew teleporter is phase 3, if I remember correctly. So we want to wait here. We want to fight phase 2 at the base. Yeah, now is the drone phase. Okay, here's where we're going to have to sneak a drone past their defense drone. I don't think there's a way to do this otherwise. Yeah, I think defeating phase 2 requires us to sneak our hacking drone past their defense drone. You've already seen me do it many times, though. We've got lots of drone parts to try with, so I don't think it's going to be that bad. You chase down the flagship by waiting in your current location until it comes back. And discover it is heavily damaged from the previous fight. Get ready for a fight. Okay, hit the shields. First try. Okay, great. They're going to hack my hacking, though. That's annoying. Oops, I cloaked too early there. I panicked. Oh, actually, be in the engine room here. Okay, good dodges, good dodges. Okay. Nice, okay, good. Another fire suppression augment. Incredible. That was a great phase 2, though. I don't think we've taken any damage to the flagship yet. Your ship already has this augment, and its effect cannot stack. You break it down for scrap. Is the text you get for that outcome. Looks like we're going to pull it off, chat. Don't mean to count my flagships before they explode, but I think our odds are pretty good here. We have a lot of counterattack for phase 3 here. Phase 3 is spooky, though. Can level the sensors, finally. What can we get here? We can get level 3 cloaking. That's what I want. Okay, so we chase down the flagship here. They're going to start boarding us like crazy. Which is scary. We have to deal with all the boarders here. I need that on. Turn off the O2 for now. Okay, good cloak dodge. Okay, we need hacking now. On the shields now. Turn off the chain laser, power that up. Okay, these are going to hit me, and I can't do anything about it. Not great, but not terrible. Oop. Nice. This is going really well. I think we have it. I can always jump away back to the base if I need to. And it's over. GG. Victory. Thanks to the valiant efforts of the Aerial Max and 231, almost something, Repaxed, 50% Banana, Zizzy, Martin, Geodude, and _ Zed. The noble crew. GG, everybody. That was great. That went better than expected. Getting our first hard no pause W. Let me mark that. That's a good highlight. GG's. What happens if you die after the flagship dies? You win. If you die before the flagship dies, you lose. Not how Spire works. Spire would make you lose there, but in FTL, if you kill it first, that's a W. An absolute joy watching some good FTL. I mean, a good old pre-igniter run. Can't ask for much more than that. We might do this again tomorrow, chat. I might do another FTL no pause run, and I wasn't expecting you to get a win in the first stream, but I'm definitely down to try it one more time. So, might be some more of this tomorrow. After the Spire. Speaking of Spire, we'll probably have patch notes to read tomorrow. That's going to be exciting. Because there will be a new patch later today, hopefully. Maybe we'll do a stealth ship no pause tomorrow. That could be fun. And by fun, I mean horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Final score on this one, 60-70. That's actually a huge score. That is, yeah, that is my number one. I've only got 3 wins on this save file with the Slug C, but that is my number 1 Slug C win here. Looks like it is not in my top 5, but it's pretty close. That's a good score. That's 7,400 point frigate run. That's crazy. But yeah, great run. We even got a new achievement on that one. The home sweet home. All right, folks, that's going to be where I have to end the show today. Thanks for watching. Like I said, we'll be back at it tomorrow, reading the patch notes in Spire. See you later, Mountain Runner Dude, Zavern, Dark Susie, Explosive Ash, Virtual256, and everybody else. Thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you later, my friends. Let's see. Is anyone I want to raid here? Let's throw a raid to Japanese Exports doing some A10 Spire. Looks like he just started a Regent run. That's perfect. We're going to raid Japanese Export. All right, friends. See you all later, and thanks for watching. Say hi for me, and I'll catch you all on the flip side. Toodaloo.